sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. It's Naveen joined the call. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
This is Niharika.
Niharika.
I am trying to create a VM scale set.
Okay.
I'm facing the same problem what yesterday is faced. It is not allowing me also. And meanwhile, our teammates, batchmates also trying to do that same. They
Okay.
also facing the same.
Okay, no problem. Let me get in touch with them. Give me one moment.
Okay.
Okay. So let's give them some time, guys. And in the meantime, let me continue here. We'll have a quick and a friendly review. I'm going to stop the share for one moment, and we'll start with a quick review. I'm going to bring up my screen. So I will be asking a few questions today. I'll be focusing a little bit on the big data. And I will ask each of you to take the turns, guys. So give me one moment here. Pardon me. Okay. That's the team. This one. This one. Okay. We'll start with let's say this latest one. So this one. Start with Harshita. Are you there? Let's see. How about, let's say, come back here. Let's see. Result system. Let's try this one. Praharsha, are you there? Pardon me. this one. Say insert here. And let's see, Praharsha, are you there? Okay. How about Sindhu, are you there? Strange. Okay. Let's say, Vinay, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Oh, okay. Okay, I will ask a few questions and let's see what you got here. Let me see if I can quickly bring up my screen. Sharing the screen, and let's say share it. Let's share this one. Click on share. Okay. By any chance, do you remember what is the mantra of big data?
It's about storage, Naveen.
It is
Big
about
size.
Okay. Anything else?
Storing big data.
Can you see my Excel spreadsheet, Vinay?
Yes, Naveen.
Oh, you're seeing the Excel spreadsheet? Are you seeing the Excel spreadsheet?
Yeah, the PDF.
The
What is big data?
PPT, yeah. You're not seeing the Excel
PPT.
spreadsheet, right? You're not seeing the Excel spreadsheet, right?
No.
Okay, just checking. So, okay, what is special about the big data? What is special about the storage of big data?
Data sets.
Okay, let's say, do you know what is the problem with big data?
Problem with big data.
Yeah.
We will store that, but we cannot store it in a proper structured manner.
Cannot store it in a proper structured manner. Okay. Do you know what is structured data?
Structured data means if we can search it, we can easily find it, like in a order way.
Find it in a node. One moment, please.
Naveen, are you there?
Give him a minute, Vinay. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. Vinay, are you there, buddy? Vinay, are you there, buddy? Vinay, can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys? Suresh, Amulya, Niharika, can you hear me?
Yes, Naveen.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Vinay. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Yeah, yes.
Let's see. Hold on one moment. So sorry about that. Looks like this thing was. So let me come back here. Come on, moment. Put this on. Okay. Let's say back to share screen. I want to share the application only. Let's say share. Share the screen. Which one would be that? That one would be this one. Okay. Okay. So Vinay, can you hear me, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, great. Now, are you seeing the Excel spreadsheet?
No.
Okay,
Yes.
just making sure I have your assessment spreadsheet up that I don't want that to be displayed. Okay, so let's see structured data and back to. Do you remember what does the command Hadoop FS put do?
Naveen?
What does the command Hadoop FS put do?
Display.
It will display what?
Like it will copy from ground floor to top floor.
Let me see. Back to the control. Go ahead and let me see. Share your video also, Vinay.
Yeah, sure.
So let's put, okay. I can give this one, I can give this one. Okay. And let's see. Do you remember the command to create a directory in Linux?
MKDIR, Naveen.
Okay.
Naveen, it's a bit dark here. Is it okay?
Oh, that's okay, man. Let's see if your thing is up. Participants. Let's see, where is this window? Yeah, you just show up because I just want to make sure you're not getting help and things like that from others.
Yeah, sure.
Have you opened your video? Okay. It's going to be okay. Okay, thank you. And do you know what does the command touch do?
Touch will display the files.
Okay, display file. Okay, you can close your video. Next, thank you, Vinay. Next, Raja Rapu, can you come up, buddy? Venkateshwara Raja Rapu, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, good. Let me see what else I have. What is unstructured data?
It is like ocean, Naveen.
It is like ocean, okay. And let's say that is, okay. Do you remember what is the problem with the big data?
Storage retrieve. and processing, Naveen.
Okay. And let's say come here. I think you should be able to see this one. And do you remember what is what is batch data processing?
It processes the data.
It is processing the data. Okay. Anything else you can think of?
And it will splits the data, Naveen.
Pardon me?
And it splits the data.
Splits the data. Okay. Okay. So let me come back here. It's the batch data. Okay, let's say move on here. Do you remember what does the command Hadoop fs get do?
It will install a package.
Install a package. Okay. So you come back here. And okay, here's a slightly tough question. Do you remember what is the difference between absolute path and the relative path?
No, Naveen. No idea.
Okay. Do you remember what does the command ls-ltr do?
It will show the latest files, dictionaries.
Latest files. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Venkatesh. You can
Thank you.
turn off the video. Okay. Next one, Shebas, can you come in, buddy?
Yes, Naveen, I'm here.
Okay. You can also show up your video, please.
I will log in through my phone now in 1 second because
Yeah.
I don't have access to my webcam.
Okay. Okay. So let me see. Do you remember what is demographic data?
Demographic data is a PDF you shared in the drive, Naveen. So it has the country names and the birth rate, internet users.
No, no, no. How about what is demographic insights mean?
I didn't get you, Naveen.
Let's see, okay. How about, let's say, does demographic overview versus psychographic overview remind you of something?
Demographic overview in the sense I remind about psychographic overview, Naveen. It means
Okay.
there was a person, she shops for beauty products, and
Okay. Do you remember what is internal versus external data?
internal versus external data. Okay. The data generated internally
Okay.
is
And,
internal data,
okay. And
external data generated is external data.
And when you say external, what do you mean?
Outside.
Okay. Let's see. Do you remember what is data quality mean?
Data quality. There was a example like men pregnant in US. That's a horror story.
Okay. And okay, do you remember what is okay? What does the command fsput do?
Fsput, it is used to put the file from Linux to first floor in Hadoop.
Okay. What is the difference between absolute path versus relative path?
Absolute path versus relative path. I don't remember now.
Okay.
Sorry.
And let's see what else we have. What is the difference between fsput and fscopy?
Put is used to place the file from ground floor to first floor. The copy is to copy the everything which is present in one file to other file.
Copy from one file to another file. Okay.
Whatever is present in one file.
In one file. Okay. 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 So, okay. I'll come back here. Okay. Thank you, Shabas. Let's go to Thakur. Are you there?
Thank you.
Thank you, Shabas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is real-time processing?
1 minute, sir.
Open your video. Thank you.
Can you see me, sir?
Not yet. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay. Sir, question.
What is real-time processing?
Sir, real time means like our credit card statements. Like example, I'm telling.
Credit card statement is real-time. Okay.
Yes.
And let's say back here, what is missing data or invalid data an example of?
Missing data and invalid data. Missing data. Invalid data means. Missing data is nothing but coming error while we can't create backup.
Okay. You say that again?
Missing data, the data is missing, like I can't remember exactly the statement.
Okay. Let me come back here. Say, oops. Here we go. Okay. Let's see what else I have. Okay. What is Hadoop?
Hadoop is nothing but containing a servers and behaving like one computer, sir. It is a
And
framework.
what is the problem it is solving?
Sir?
What is the problem Hadoop is solving?
Hadoop with problem. Mm-hmm. 1 minute, sir. Problem. Challenges with Hadoop, sir.
What are the challenges or the problems it is solving?
It's solving the massive amount of massive data, sir, complexity, which contain map reduce.
Okay. What is the difference between FS put and FS copy?
FS put means copying the data from ground floor to first floor, and copying means just copying first floor to first floor.
Good. And let's see, back here. What does FS move do?
Move means this. It will not copy, sir, just pasting, moving from one place to another. In Linux, the file will not available when we move the file from Linux to Hadoop.
Okay.
Like renaming, sir.
Do
Renaming
you
the
remember
file.
what is FS-LSR?
Showing the all directories, sir.
Thank you, Thakur. You can close
Thank
your
you,
view. Next, Sricharan, are you there, buddy? Sricharan, are you there? So where is it? Okay. Let's see the next one. Gangaram, are you there? And let's move on to the next one. Let's say Harsha, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So let's see, what is a distributed file system?
The distributed file system is nothing but the files are distributed in many Servers are equating the file system. It means it was distributed from one server to another server.
What is the advantage of distributed file system?
By using distributed file system, we can retrieve the data very easily, and we can also avoid the data lossing.
Okay. And let's say, what are the, when you load a file in Hadoop, what are the steps which are taking place?
First, we have to load the file.
Are you in a temple or something?
No, Naveen. It's not me.
Okay. Harsha. And we'll see.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, looks like that is.
Sir, did you call me?
Nobody. Venkatesh, maybe you can mute yourself.
Sir, Sricharan.
Sricharan, I called you, but I think at that time you didn't respond. So I moved.
Yeah, slight network issue, sir.
Okay. I'll come back to you. Venkatesh, are you there? Let's see. Harsha, are you there, buddy? Harsha, can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Looks like Venkatesh is in our temple there. So I muted all of you. And let's see where we were. Back to you. Okay, steps of loading file. Okay, what is SDR?
SDR.
Yeah.
It is a in Hadoop.
Yeah.
It is used to.
Are you able to turn on your video?
Yeah. Naveen.
Okay, good. Go ahead, buddy.
Sorry,
Okay.
I can't remember.
Okay, moment, let me make this. Okay, so let's move on to, let's say, come back here. And by any chance, do you remember what is Hadoop FS DU, the command DU?
Hadoop.
DU, FS-DU.
Sorry, Naveen.
Okay. How about what does the command fs setrep do? Setrep.
Set left.
Setrep.
Setrep.
Yeah.
It means setting the size of. Sorry, Naveen.
Okay. How about the command fslsr?
FSLS is listing all the files.
Okay. Thank you, Harsha. Let's move on to Durga Lokesh. Are you there? Thank you, Harsha. You can turn it off, buddy. Durga Lokesh. Let's see. Let me see where you are. Okay. I'm going to unmute you.
Yes, no.
You can also open up your video.
Okay, 1 minute. Naveen.
You cannot open your video. Are you there, Durga?
Yes, Naveen. Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So let's see. What is replication, Durga?
Regenerating. Regenerating, Naveen.
Regenerating. Okay. Why do we do replication in Hadoop? Okay. Do you know what is a commodity server? Durga, what is a commodity server?
No, Naveen, I don't.
Okay. What does the command fscat do?
Read the files now. It reads the file.
Okay. Say, what is hype?
We used to store the files. Naveen.
It is used to store the files. Okay. What is the difference between Hadoop fs-ls versus Hadoop fs-ls/?
Naveen.
Difference between fs-ls versus fs-ls/.
Oh, no, Naveen.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay, what is the table in Hive? Okay.
Creates the data.
Pardon me?
Creates the data.
It creates the data. Okay. So I come here. All right. Okay. Thank you, Durga. You can turn off your video. Next one is Subramanyeshwar. Are you there, buddy? Subramanyeshwar. Say mute all. I'll allow you to unmute yourself.
Sir, I'm in hospital.
Subbu,
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm in hospital. Can you give me permission?
Okay. Let's move on to Ganesh Chandrala. Are you there? Chandrala Ganesh, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, good.
One second, Naveen. I'm opening my video. Yes, Naveen.
Thank you, Ganesh. So, where is Ganesh? Okay. Ganesh, can you hear me?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, good. So let us say, what is the meaning of distributing the data in Hadoop?
Distributing the data in Hadoop. It will take the big data and it will transforms the data into in different distributed forms.
In different distributed forms. Okay. So Ganesh, this is distributing data. Okay. Let's see back here. Why do we replicate the data in Hadoop?
We replicate the data in Hadoop because it will has to change. It will has to change into different distributed system, Naveen, from one form to another form.
But why do we do that?
In Hadoop it uses big data, Naveen. We have to transform into small data.
Okay.
That's why we need to replicate.
when you split the data in Hadoop, or when Hadoop splits the data, what is that split called?
Splitting of data means it will we are breaking the data, Naveen, into different forms. For example, if we taken any kind of a like physioric data or something, or demographic data, depending upon the columns we used to split that data, Naveen, into different forms.
Okay. So let me stop the share for one moment, and I'm going to share again. This time I'll show you some commands. Let's see, that's going to be this one. Okay, are you seeing my text pad?
Yes, Naveen.
What is drop do?
It will drop the test one, Naveen, means that file. It will drop from the database.
What
It
is
will-
this test one here?
Test one means it's a file name, Naveen.
Okay. You see the spreadsheet?
No, Naveen.
Okay.
Spreadsheet.
Okay, so let us say drop, and let's see back here. What is Hive?
It's a not getting Naveen exact definition.
Okay. What is this location, the highlighted one?
We are storing the test one bu1 dot database in a warehouse and in Hive that is in user, Naveen. This is used in our system. We are storing the location. It's a location, Naveen.
Okay. Is this in our system?
No, it's in Hive, Naveen.
Okay. Thank you, Ganesh. You can turn off the video, buddy.
Okay.
Next, let's say Satish, are you there? Satish not there? Huh? How about Jyotsna, are you there? Jyotsna, are you there? How about, let's say, Navya, are you there? Oh, one moment, guys. I think let me see back here, and let's see the participants. So, Jyotsna, you're there. Sorry about that. Let me unmute you. Let me find you where you are. Here is Jyotsna. Jyotsna asked to unmute. Okay. Now you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Can you also show video?
Yes, Naveen, but it was not working.
It's not working. Okay. Let's see here, Jyotsna. Okay. What does the command use do?
It will get the data from the.
It will get the data. Okay.
The file.
What is messages here?
Available data.
It is the available data.
In the table. Sorry, drop table name.
Okay. And let's say, okay, what does create table do?
It will create the table called messages.
Okay.
In the database.
What is MapReduce?
MapReduce, it will assign the tasks for processing.
What kind of tasks?
Processed data.
How does Hive work?
Hive is used to create or drop tables in SQL.
Okay. What happens to the SQL?
SQL query language.
What happens to SQL? After
We
you
can,
test
sorry,
it into Hive, what does it do?
we can create or drop select queries.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jyotsna. You can turn on.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me close this one back here. Closing this one. Now let me stop the share one more time. And let's say bring up the big data back here. So yesterday we looked at pig, guys. Today, a slightly tough one. It's we'll discuss a little bit about Hbase. Let me share the screen again. Say share, and let's say share here. Okay, this is Yarn. Don't need this one. And there is a scoop. Okay, revisit that. Where is Hbase? Okay, so let's see where we are. Back to come back here. And overview architecture and things like that. So what is Hbase? Let's try to understand, guys. Share the chat window. Move here. And let's see what is happening. Okay, so what is Hbase? Hbase is a column-oriented data store or a column-oriented database. It is the stomach of Hadoop, or it is the database of Hadoop. That is what it is, okay? It is column-oriented. What does column-oriented means? Well, what does that mean? Well, imagine we have a table. In a traditional database like a MySQL or a PostgreSQL, our data is getting stored in the form of a row-wise. Okay, so everything is a row. And what do we have? Well, we may have something like a customer ID, then a customer name, customer address, and other things is what we have. All the data is getting stored in the row-wise. But what is a column-oriented database means? Visualize something like this. Here is another database, but what is special about this is, let's say, this is ID, this is name, oops, and here is address. Okay, now what we do, we're saying this is ID. All the IDs are here. You take these IDs, you move it here, and what a column-oriented database will do is, or in other words, yeah, it will take the IDs which are all in this column, it will save like this as a row. Okay, so what is row here? Each row here. So in other words, more precisely, the entire ID, it is taking this column and saving it as a row internally. Next, let's say, come back here. We have name. All the names are here in this column. So you take the name, move it here, and let's say move it here. Say CFM, okay. Put it there, put it back there. Save it as another column here. Then you come to address. Say address is this one. Here's what do you do? Take that address and save. So what is happening is the column is getting saved as a row. What is it? That is what is a column-oriented database. Traditionally, when we refer to a database, it is a row-oriented database. All the data is stored as rows. Is now the data is stored. The column is stored as a row. That is why it is called as a column-oriented database. It is what is in one column is becoming one row is one way to think of. It supports random real-time CRUD operations. What is CRUD? CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. These are generally the operations that we perform for inserting, updating, and deleting in a database. Okay, anybody not familiar with the CRUD operations, guys? Insert, update, delete. Quick yes, please. Okay, we created the database. We will read is nothing but the select. Update is drop is nothing but delete. We can also drop the table. We will see that. truncate the table. Update is updating. That's the only thing I did not cover, but the rest of the things we have covered. So that is nothing but the CRUD. It supports real-time means, unlike HDFS. In HDFS, we store the big data. So back here, let's say here is big data. What do? You store your data. That is generally big data. What do? You do not modify the data. In other words, say come here, choose this one. The update is generally not done on your big data files. If we want to update the data, then what do? That is where we can use a Hadoop database, which is if you want, that's what, or if you want to insert specific rows and columns, that's where the Hbase comes to picture. So what is happening here is it is distributed, designed to serve large tables. So in other words, it is also meant to save big data. Save big data as how? Save big data as a table. In Hive, also we are saving the data as table, but in Hive, you do not modify the data. Hbase is where when you want to modify the data. Most of the time in Hive, we do not modify the data. Only in Hbase, we try to modify the data, is what it is. In other words, when we say data, it is specific rows and columns. That's a slightly deep one. I will give you a high level introduction of Hbase. That should be more than enough for you guys, folks. So in other words, a table in Hive and a table in Hbase are similar, but a table in Hive is generally not modified, whereas a table in the data of the table in Hbase is generally modified. When you have billions and rows and millions of columns, especially when you have billions and billions of rows, that is nothing but big data, okay? And millions of columns. That is also the scenario of big data. That is when we will use Hbase. So one is when we have big data. The second thing is I want you to explicitly remember, I want you to force this on you, which is if we want to modify data, which is specific rows and columns, then we will use Hbase. If you do not want to modify, if you just want to save it, then what do? We will use Hive. Everybody with me on that, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, it runs on clusters of commodity hardware, means it is running on cheap servers just like Hadoop. So it is the stomach of Hadoop. Stomach of Hadoop is, in our stomach we save the food. The food is nothing but the data Hadoop is using. But what are we doing? You're modifying this one. You eat, you're mixing your curry, mixing with the rice, you're mixing sambar. So you're modifying the curry where that is going into stomach. That's why we're calling it as a stomach. And commodity hardware is cheap software, cheap hardware. Open source, it is also free. It was written in Java. Generally, the Java developers are using it. Hive is a data warehouse of Hadoop, more precisely. Hive is not a database. Hive is a data warehouse. Data warehouse is a super database. A data warehouse is a group of databases, Niharika. Catching it, Niharika? Hive is the eyes of Hadoop. Hive and Pig are the eyes of Hadoop. Because we're using our eyes, we are analyzing. Hive and Pig are used for processing and analyzing the data. So it is no SQL. No SQL stands for not only SQL. In other words, Hbase originally does not support SQL-like operations. The SQL-like operations that we give in SQL World and Hive World were initially not supported. But later, new packages have come up where we can also use SQL, like commands, insert the data, update the data, and delete the data. It does not adhere to the relational model for storage, means the way relational models means relational databases. They store the data in the form of row. Whereas here, we're taking the column and then we are storing it in the form of a row. So it is not following the relational database way of saving the data is what it means. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Everybody okay with the slide? Okay. Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay. Moving to the next one. Now, Hbase is slightly theoretically heavy. Let's see. And I think I shared my full screen here. So you're seeing this this one, right, guys? This sketch window, right? Just checking. You're seeing the sketch window. Okay. So it is horizontally scalable. Horizontally scalable means, let's say, come back here. Imagine we have snap only. Yeah. So let's say server 1, server 2, server 3. We have 3 servers like that. Let's say we have hundreds of servers. Now what happens is the first step is you save the data. Here is your big data. And let's say from somewhere we take that big data. The big data is getting saved as different blocks. Say here is another block. Then what happens is using Hbase, we can create a table. So when you create a table, what Hbase is doing is there it is marking it as a table internally. It is creating a column-oriented database. Okay, but at a later point of time, let us say we got more data somehow. Okay, we got more data here. Now what Hbase will do is it will automatically scale, which means it will automatically, so I come here, choose this one, choose this one. It will automatically create a table and associate itself with the data and say, hey, here is the table. This is called horizontal scalability. In other words, as the data is increasing, as we add more and more data into Hbase, it is automatically associating itself with the big data files and saying, hey, this is now a table, this is like a table, is what it is. That is what is called horizontal scalability. This is called automatic sharding. These are called shards. In a HDFS world, we call the splits as blocks. In a Hbase world also, a similar concept is happening. It is associating each block, each split with a part of a table. It's saying, hey, this is table part A, this is table part B, and this is table part C. What are those? Those are called shards. It will automatically do that, is what it is. It is strongly consistent reads and writes. So in other words, whether Niharika's name is Niharika, as a request goes here. So if the same request goes to another server, what will you do? It is consistent. It will give Niharika as Niharika. It will not give Niharika as Pratyusha. Even when you write the data, it is automatically making sure all its copies are getting taken care of. It takes care of automatic failover. Let us say if the server goes down, then what will Hbase do? Hadoop behind the scenes will maintain a replica here. So now Hbase, let's say come here, it will automatically bring up a shard or a part of a table here and make itself available. That is called automatic failover. It is taking care of the automatic failovers. And it's a simple Java API. Most of the times it is the Java developers who are writing web applications and other kinds of applications for CRUD operations, saving the data, deleting the data. So that we have a Java API. I think we can also write it in Python and using latest packages, but generally, most of the time, it is the Java developers who work with it. Internally, it is also working with the MapReduce. The stomach is also working with the heart. Automatic failover means if any one of the server goes down, just like HDFS, it is also going ahead and taking care of its data. Whatever the table or the shard which was available, it will automatically bring up. It will work with HDFS and MapReduce internally. We can also use Thrift, Avro, and RESTful web services. In other words, to connect to Hbase, we can use it as a web service. This is how we can use them as web services, APIs, and things like that. So external, if you have a .NET or a Python application, you can use a RESTful. If you have a Java and things like that, you can use Thrift and Avro. These are Java objects and things like that. It's possible to integrate with other programming languages, guys, okay? So when to use Hbase? Okay, so it is not suitable for every problem. In other words, especially when you have small amounts of data, don't use Hbase. That is where a traditional database is a good fit. Compared to a traditional database is a relational database. When you have limited data, it is especially good when you have big data, large amounts of data. When you have hundreds and millions of rows and columns, if you have 100, 1,000 or 10,000 columns, the traditional databases will fail. They will not be able to handle it. They are not made, they're not designed for that kind of a functionality. That's where the Hbase comes. when you have hundreds, millions or billions of rows and columns. If data is too small, all the records will end up in a single node. In other words, if the data is small, Hbase is not a good fit. What do? Use RDBMS. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so generally, when to use Hbase, at least when we have a cluster of 5 nodes or 5 servers. If you have less than 5 nodes or 5 servers, that means less amount of data. For development and testing, it's okay. But in production, if you have less than 5, then the functionality of Hbase will not be used properly. So that's why they say don't use Hbase. Internally, just like name node, which is like a master node, data node, which is like a worker or a server, we have Hbase is also maintaining what is called a master and a worker. Zookeeper is again another framework. If time permits, we'll look at that. And HDFS won't do well with anything under 5 nodes. So if you have less than 5 nodes, don't use it. Hbase is memory and CPU intensive. It is, in other words, it's heavyweight. It uses a lot of RAM. It uses a lot of CPU. So it might take up a lot of resources of your server. So we need to carefully plan. Not we, generally the architects will take care of that, guys. Okay. So what do? Carefully evaluate. If you want to use Hbase, first test it for your requests and make sure they're not taking too much of time. The SLA. See if it's taking too much of times, or if it's not in your testing, if it is not really helping you, then what you do, you have to test it. Hbase is intermittent, but large IO access means internally it is heavyweight memory. The read and write, lot of reads and writes are happening internally. It is opening the files, closing the files, taking care of those things is what it means. It may affect the response. So actually Hbase is used for performance, but behind the scenes to maintain itself, it is taking up a large CPU and RAM is what that means. Okay, guys, everybody okay with this slide? Just a quick overview, nothing much. Okay, let's say go back here. When to use Hbase? Short and sweet. When you have big data, lots of data, large amount of clients or requests means that's big data. It is great for single random select or range scans by key. In other words, it is good for select and range scans by key. In other words, where you have scenarios where you do not want to use a where. You want to use it by primary key. The primary key is the ID column, the main column. In that case, it will work really, really fast. We'll try to understand that. It is great for variable schema. What happens in a traditional world is, let's say, if somebody created a table called ID and name, let's say address. In a traditional world, what will they do? Generally, they don't change this table that much. The table doesn't get changed. In other words, rarely. In other words, what does it mean by a change? Well, you don't add one column every day. That will be done maybe in a few months or something like that. Very periodically, you add columns. But let's say you have a scenario where you need to add the columns almost every day, every minute, and things like that. What do? That's where Hbase comes to your rescue. Rows, you have billions of rows. If your schema has many columns, millions and millions of columns and things like that, that's where Hbase comes to your rescue. That's where the relational database will not work. Everybody okay with the slide, guys? Short and sweet for you, the mantra is when we are using lots of data, which is big data, and when we have millions of columns, you will never find a database where they say they have millions of columns, hundreds, thousands, or millions of columns. That's where Hbase comes to your rescue. Relational databases cannot be used there. Okay, so internally, it is also saving the data in the form of tables. It also calls them as tables. They are tables. They contain rows. But what is special about these rows is these rows are actually columns in a traditional database world. It will take a particular column, ID column, and it will save it as a row in a Hbase world. So in a traditional world, let's say this is customer ID. In a Hbase world, it is saving like a column. is what it is. So rows are referenced by unique key. Here also, we have a unique key. So let's say I come here, back here. We'll try to understand that. And key is an array of bytes or a byte array. So it does not necessarily say it's an integer. Anything can be a key. You can have a string, an integer. Long is nothing but long integer with more bytes and things like that, but we'll not go into that. And rows made of columns which are grouped in column families. Now here is a slightly deep one and a tough one. There is something called a concept of column family. What is a column family? Means, so let's say I come back here. Back here. Let's say we have a table which has ID, name, address, and say one is ID. Let's say here is Lokesh, say some address. Then we have two. This is, let's say, Pratyusha, and some address. Now, what is a column family is, what Hbase is capable of doing is it can take a group of columns. This is, a column family is nothing but a group of columns. And this whole thing is actually looking like a table in which a group of columns are saved separately in some server. Okay, and then another group of columns, let's say this is another group of columns that will be saved. So it introduces, so column families are like subtables, is what you can think. Data is stored in cells, identified by row, column, family, and column. So here, now this is a table. Yellow is a table, the blue is a column family, and let's say ID and name. Let's say come back here. Here is ID. Let's choose this one. ID is a column. Name is a column. So now what we are doing is we are going by row. Row is actually this one. How does it get saved is? So this is like a traditional database. So let me put this here. This is Hbase. There are two column families here, and that is saved as one file. So somewhere it will save it as one file in HDFS internally. You don't need to worry. And here is another column family. Let's say only address is saved here. Now in a traditional database world, this is how they are saved. ID, name, and everything is row. In a Hbase world, let's come back here. Choose this one. Here is ID. And ID is in the blue column family. And what we'll say, here is 1, 2, 3, and so on. These are all the IDs. Next, we'll say here is Lokesh, Yusha, and so on. So what is a column family? Behind the scenes, a column family is like a file. So what we are going to be doing is, if we want a particular cell, let's say we want a particular cell, we identify by the row. So we go to that table, we say in the blue column family. Okay, what is this one? This is ID, is what it is. So row means that one. We're saying in the blue file, blue column family, give me the ID column, is what we say. Whereas here, we say select star from where ID equals to 1. And here, we don't have, say, choose. We have the data. In a traditional world, we have data like this, ID, name, and address. If you want location, you will say select star from this table customers where ID equals to 1. For Pratyusha, ID equals to 2. Whereas here, we will say by column family. In column family, the column name is going to be ID. So in other words, let's say, choose this one. So here is the ID column is saved like this one. And next one is, let's say this one. Here is a name. And why is it saving in the form of rows? We'll try to understand. That will give a lot of performance advantage, is what it is going to give us, guys. Okay. So in the blue column family, give me the green column or give me the yellow column, is what we'll say. The green and the yellow are the column names. The blue one is nothing but the column family. Okay. And rows are grouped into families. So in other words, a column family is nothing but a group of columns. So user first name, a way to organize the data. Various features are applied to families. So what is the advantage of saving it like a group of columns? Why it is saving it as a family, which is nothing but a file internally, is it can compress this entire file. So come back here. It can compress this, that is compression. Once it is compressed, it will take, its size will be very, very small. So now it can take that one and save it as a small object in the RAM. That is in-memory option. Stored together in a file. Behind the scenes, this file is saved as a H file on HDFS. So Hbase works with HDFS and stores it as a H file. Family definitions are static. Generally, you can add as many columns. Here, in a traditional database world, you'll have 10 or 20 or maybe 50 at the most columns, and you don't add them every day. Whereas in a column family, you can add hundreds, thousands, and millions of columns as you like inside a column family. Limited to small. The column families are limited. A column family is like a subtable. A table has subtable. Subtables are generally, we don't create many subtables, or we don't create them every day, but that is more for a performance reason. The columns are generally in millions. The column families are generally in tens. That is like a one-time thing, is what it means, guys. Okay. So if you compare it with the database and NoSQL or a Hbase database, the difference is there a table is a group of rows and columns. Here, a table is a group of column families. A column family is a group of columns and rows and columns. So here a column family is acting like a table, which is like nothing but a subtable. So in a traditional database world, you have table, rows and columns. Here you have table, subtable. The subtable will have the rows and the columns. The subtable is called the column families. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Family names are generally names, whatever you call ID and things like that. The data is generally, Hbase is storing the data behind the scenes as binary data in the form of keys and values. It is also referred as a key value database, and we'll try to understand that. Think of a family column as a tag for a cell value, not as a spreadsheet. So again, column family, we use column family to access the cells, is what it means. Columns, on the other hand, are not static. As I said, column families are generally 5 or 10. But columns can be in millions. That's what it is. You can add them as if they are your data. So here is what we have, guys. Here is row 1, family 1, family 2. Family 1 is a group of columns. Family 2 is a group of columns. What happens is, let's say, come back here, choose this one. Okay. So here is row 1. Let's say choose this. Here is row 1. Here is row 10, and here is row 2. Okay, now notice what is happening is, for row 2, there is no data here. For here, there is no data here. And here, there is no data here. This is called a table which is sparsely populated. Okay, wherever these things are there, that means they are null values. Null values don't take up space. In a traditional database world, null values may end up taking space. Whereas in a Hbase world, they may not take up a space. Generally, what may happen is, when we have millions of rows and columns, a lot of null values will take up a lot of space. So Hbase is optimized where they are not taking the space. It might be densely populated, or it might be sparsely populated. Sparsely populated means you don't have too much of data. A lot of cells are null. It's like a sparse matrix versus like a dense matrix. In Hbase, you can have a sparse matrix or a dense matrix. In a traditional database world, you generally do not maintain sparse matrices, sparse tables. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. So cell values are version. So what happens is, so I come back here. So this column value is 1. Let's say this was initially, initially today or maybe yesterday, it was Suresh. But today, let's say we are modifying it to Pratyusha. In that particular cell, what Hbase will do is it will put Pratyusha here and Suresh below. Let's say on another day you modify it to, let's say, Rahul. What does it do? In that particular cell, it is maintaining the 3 different values. What was before Rahul? Pratyusha. Before Pratyusha, it was Suresh. It is versioning. Okay, by default, the 3, just like replication, another dimension to identify the data. So the versioning, if you want, you can get the version, latest version, the previous version. That is like another dimension is what we say. Either explicitly timestamped by region server or provided by the client. So there is something called region server. Hbase has a Hbase master, just like a master. And in Hadoop, the master is name node, job tracker, and resource manager. In the workers are data nodes, task trackers, node managers. In Hbase, the master is Hbase master and the worker is region server. For you guys, you don't buy hard them, but just have an idea that Hbase is also following a master worker architecture. The master is easy to remember. It's called Hbase master. The workers are called region servers. So what is Hbase doing? Hbase is automatically taking care of creating the workers and working with HDFS. So the region servers versions are stored in decreasing timestamps. So if you come back here, what it is doing is Rahul is the latest one. So it will have today's, yesterday Pratyusha, the day before yesterday Suresh. What is this one? It is maintaining the timestamps automatically for every cell. The latest one is the most available, the most recent one. Rows are sorted lexicographically by key. In other words, what it means is, imagine in a traditional database, there is a traditional database. We have an ID column. Here's an ID column. Here is, let's say this is Suresh. Let's say this is Pratyusha's ID. Let's say this is Rahul's ID. Okay, what is this? This is in a sorted manner for the sake of simplicity. But how does Hbase do? Hbase will actually take this column, it will store it as a row like that. Now, there is something special happening in this way of storing, guys. Can you take a guess what is special or why Hbase is storing like this, or more precisely, how this is different from this one? Can you take a guess? It's a slightly tricky one, but a simple one. Instead, if you compare 1, 2, 3, 10, 15 to this one, why is the data coming in this order? Can you take a guess? The hint is on the screen. Random keys, more precisely, it is in a binary level. 1, then comes 1, 0, then comes 1, 5. It's not going by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's going 1, 1, 1, 1 like that, 2, 2, 2, 2 like that, 3, 3, 3 like that. At a binary level, it is sorting. That is why the order comes up like that. Okay, it is somewhat similar too. So in other words, the key is nothing but the primary key, primary index. Primary key, primary index is nothing but the main key, main column. If you are maintaining student names, student ID or roll number is the main key in that one by which we identify. Generally, they are not duplicates. Remember, 2 students can have the exact same name, but their roll numbers or the IDs are not the same. So roll number or ID is the primary key. Everybody catching it, guys? In other words, Hbase also has a primary key, and they are called row keys. They call them as row keys, just a different terminology. Okay, they're always unique. As I said, remember the student roll number is always unique. But minimal secondary indexes, okay, secondary indexes is again for performance and things like that. We can maintain them, but it may not be necessary is what it is. Now let's see, here is an example of a table. What is row key? Row key is like your ID, the primary key. Here is the timestamp column, and in timestamp column, here is column family. Name family, we are saying it as name family. And what is a column family? Column family is a group of columns, first name and last name. So behind the scenes, what happens is Hbase will save these two somewhere. Let's say here is server 1, server 2, server 3. It will save this one as one file here. Choose, let's say, this one. It will save as that file, whatever the data is here. And what is happening? This whole thing, which is, let's choose, let's say this one. This whole, oops, this whole column is getting saved as a row inside that one. Then come here. This whole column is getting saved as another row here. That is what it is. Then come to the next address family. So let's say we all use that. Let's use this one. So here is another address family. This whole thing is somewhere getting saved in another server, let's say as a file. And Hbase does that. We don't do it. It is just for us an idea. Then come here. What is this? Choose this one. This complete column is getting saved as a row. Next, take this one. This complete column is getting saved as a row. Now what happens? This is at a Hbase level, but behind the scenes, what is HDFS doing? The moment Hbase saves this as a file, it is making a replica. Let's say make a replica of this one here. Make a replica of this one here. For the yellow file, make a replica of it here. Maintains 3 replicas. So at any point of time, if this server becomes available, it has 2 servers from which Hbase can get the data. So in other words, it is using the replication of Hadoop. It is working with the Hadoop and replicating the data. Everybody catching it, guys. Okay, and then come back here. Notice there are a lot of empty values. These are null values. This is a sparsely populated matrix. It's like a sparsely populated matrix. And what happens? Hbase does not really take up space. And what is this? This is a timestamp. Today it might be Bob, tomorrow it might be Suresh. So it is maintaining the timestamps. So generally what we do, we give the name of the family, which is name is a name. Then we say first name. Then you can say, give me the today's version, yesterday or day before yesterday. That's like dimension 1. Dimension 2 is this one. This is 3 dimension. So in each cell, it is 3 dimensional. In a traditional database, it is just 2 dimensional. You'll give the name of the table and you'll say, or you'll just give the row and the column. You're giving the row and column. Here, you're giving the column, you're giving the timestamp, and you're giving the column family name also. So in other words, this is 3-dimensional data is what we also call it, guys. Okay. So you can get the most recent based on the timestamp and a range of timestamps also, guys. Now, come back here. So what is a table in Hbase is behind the scenes, it's called a region. So in other words, what is this one? The column family back here, the column family is stored as a H file. Okay, that is one understanding. Now come back here. Here's another way of looking this one. Think of from here to here. This is a part of a table. This is region 1. Then come here. This is region 2. What is this? A part of a table is called a region. A file is made of different blocks in HDFS. Here a table is made of different regions. A group of regions is a table. A range of rows stored together. It is also called a shard, region or a shard. And what happens? The Hbase is taking care. If it goes down, if this region, now what is important is, let's say these are H files, but here is a part of, let's say, choose this one. Come here. This whole region, what Hbase does is, it will save here as a region. What is special about the region is it is not replicated. Only the files are replicated. If at all the server goes down, then Hbase will manually bring up one region here. If this goes down, then it will manually bring up one region here. All that is happening automatically. What is region? Region is a part of a table. What is H file? It is a column family. It is a file, is what it is. And region is also called a shard. They're dynamically being built. They're dynamically, Hbase is taking care of them. And region server has one or more regions. So data node, if you go back, a worker will have many blocks. So here a region is like a block. Region server is like a worker. A worker has many blocks. Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's take a short break. Let's come back here and continue from here. Everybody okay with that? Thank you, guys. Okay, guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, great. So let's continue, guys. So let's say back to region servers. Region servers are like the workers. Master server is referred as the Hbase master. Hbase stores the files in HDFS. They're called as H files. We've been talking about. Hbase utilizes Zookeeper for distributed coordination, guys. Okay, Zookeeper is internally used by Hbase. It is nothing but another background process. Hbase communicates with the Zookeeper. What Zookeeper is doing is, as the name suggests, Zookeeper is just watching the region servers. The region servers, since they're on the commodity servers working as workers, they can go down anytime. So Zookeeper, if it observes any of the region server is not there, then it will update the master. And the master brings up the Zookeeper. As simple as that. Okay, for us, we will never directly work with Zookeeper, but Hbase is always working with the Zookeeper internally. It is coordinating. It is coordinating with all the workers if they are up or not. And all it does is it updates the master. If one of the worker is missing, that means region server is down. It will tell the master will bring up the worker or the region server on another server. As simple as that. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. So again, say come back here. So one more time, it is also following a master and a worker architecture. Zookeeper keeps track of the region servers, and what does it do? It will update the master. And behind the scenes, these region servers are saving the data into something called H file. And what is HDFS doing? HDFS behind the scenes replicates this H file in 3 locations. So all these are internally being done. Whenever data is getting saved in a Hbase, it will temporarily store it in the memory and it will log it in a file. Periodically, what will it do? It will take the data in the memory. It will take whatever is in the log file. It will merge these two. It will merge these two and it will create a new H file. Okay, behind the scenes again, the H file is getting replicated and taken care of by the HDFS. This is how Hbase is working as a master worker architecture. It is similar to HDFS from a master worker server standpoint. The only thing additional here is Zookeeper is updating the master. It is coordinating. That's why it's called a distributed coordinator. And what is region? Region is like a part of a table. So this whole thing is one table. And what's happening? Let's choose this one. A part of it is called region 1. So here is region 1 and the second region, say, choose this one. Second region is another one. Say here is the third region. So each region is maintained by HDFS in a different server, in a different worker. And region is not replicated. The H files are replicated. H files are nothing but parts of columns. Region is nothing but parts of rows. Region server is like the worker in Hbase. That is something we need to manually remember, guys. Okay. Okay. So a little bit about regions. As I said, Hbase is slightly theoretically heavy, guys. So let's say region is a range of keys. Range of keys means it's a part of a group of keys. A group of keys is nothing but a group of rows in a table. And it has a start key, inclusive and exclusive. That is more of how it is saving internally. Addition of data. At first, there is only one region. So initially, there is no data in the table. What we do, we keep adding the data. As you keep adding the data, the first region is getting created. As you add more data, this region will become big. So first, the region is small. As you keep adding more data, the region will become big. The small region has become, now what Hbase will do is, it will split. When it reaches a certain threshold, it will split this into two regions. So this will become, so I choose this one. This will become region 1, and this will become region 3, region 2. Now what will happen? This will get saved in a different server, and this will get saved in a different server. So what happens? This is gone, this is gone, this is gone. So what happens? Again, as the size of this one is getting increased, it will get split and again saved. And what is that? When the size is 256 MB, it splits them and creates. This is how it is creating regions per server. So in other words, a worker can have hundreds and thousands of regions. The worker is nothing but a region server managing. So region server may have a limit of 1 to 2 GB. That is generally administrators will take care of that, guys. Okay. So splitting the data into regions. Why it is splitting it? For fast recovery, just in case data gets lost. It is easy to work with small regions there rather than big regions. So that is why it is splitting it. Load balancing. We'll talk a little bit about load balancing in a moment in the Azure world. It becomes easy to do the load balancing. It is faster, so the performance increases. All of these things happen automatically. So this is all these complex things are happening, are taken care of by the Hbase only, guys. So that's why we don't have to remember them. We just have an idea about that. Then come back to Hfiles. Hfiles. Your table behind the scenes is a column family. Each column family is getting saved into a H file. These are the ones which are getting replicated. And everything is a key value. We'll also try to understand what is the key value. They're sorted lexicographically means your data is taken, it is converted it into binary format, and at a binary level, it is sorting it, not at a high level. That is why they are appearing in a different order. When data is added, so whenever data is getting added, it will store it into a log file first, and it will store it into the memory called as mem store. This is like a separate process it runs. So what happens? Flush is where these two are getting merged. In other words, before creating the H file, it is getting the data from a log file and its memory, it's merging them and then getting stored as H file. Data is persisted, saved to H file, region server continues. Region server is taking care of that one, that merging process. Lexicographically means at a binary level. So it takes the data, converts it into a binary level, and then sorting at a binary level as binary. So that's why 1, 2, 3, 10 is becoming 1, 10, 2, 3. Again, master is similar to the master in the Hadoop world. See, it is responsible for managing the regions, which are like the blocks, and the region servers, which are like the workers. The master is also taking care of balancing the number of blocks or the workloads, which is nothing but the regions. It recovers if a worker goes down. Zookeeper detects it and tells the master, hey buddy, one of your workers went down. So it is going back and telling to the project manager. Zookeeper is like the project coordinator. He's not doing the work, but he's just saying who are the employees there. If one of the employees leaves, he's not reporting, he goes to the project manager and tells him, hey buddy, one of the employees left. So master doesn't store the data. It is just monitoring. And clients communicate with the workers internally. So master is generally lightly loaded, but it is only used for monitoring. Responsible for schema management. Schema is again anything about the column names, column families, how many are there. Those are the things that the master is maintaining as metadata. In a Hadoop world also, we have the master taking care of the metadata. Here also the master is taking care of the metadata. Okay, guys, so there it is. So what is this one? This is a slightly visual or a pictorial view of the processes. So I come here. So this whole thing is one server. Inside that server, Hbase master is one process, background process. Zookeeper is like a project coordinator. Hbase master is another project manager. This is like a project coordinator. And in here only, okay, in the management, what will happen is we will also have a name node. Somewhere, and I'll put the line here. That is like the name node, which is the master. In the master, you have Hbase master, you have name node, you have Zookeeper. And for Zookeeper, just to be on safe side, we can also run it on multiple masters is what it is. You can put the name node in a separate one or in the same one also. All these things, again, the admins generally take care. Then we have the workers. Workers is where the data nodes are run. That's where the region servers are run. Region servers will be working with the data nodes to understand the H files and to keep the regions and things like that. As you add more and more machines, what will happen? The same process will continue. All your region servers will work with their data nodes to make the data available. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. That's a quick introduction to Hbase, guys. Okay, so at a theoretical level, if you have an idea, that is enough. In the coming of this, we'll get into a little bit of the key values and other aspects of it, guys. We'll save the Flume for tomorrow and move to the next one, which is back to a little bit of Azure, guys. Okay, so I may stop this here. Okay, so this is where will be. So let's say, Niharika, you said you were not able to create the skill set, right? Oops. So come back here, back to participants. Say there's the participants. So neutral. And let's say, Niharika, are you there?
Yes, sir. I can't able to create a scale set.
Okay. So let me come back here. Network security groups we discussed yesterday, and security group. Oops, one moment. Okay, so give me one moment while I share the screen, guys. Scroll down here, security groups, things like that, machine. Skill sets, okay. So from here, this. Then we have skill sets. We tried understanding. Create a skill set. Okay. So back here. And from here, hold on. It's a big one. Load balancer. For load balancer, seem to be missing some things here. Strange. some of my documentation for load balance is missing this, so just give me one moment. Just looking it up. The gateway. Okay. Okay, let's start here. Okay, guys, I'll go back a little bit. I'll try to start from here, which is the security groups. Okay, so what are security groups, guys? We have briefly discussed about it. Let's revisit it. It is used to control the traffic into your subnetwork virtual machine. In other words, security group, as the name suggests, it's a group of something. What is security? Security is nothing but a group of rules. It consists of rules for inbound and outbound traffic. So imagine a mall. Within a mall, there's a lot of people, customers inside the mall. That is inbound traffic. But there are some people who are coming from outside. That is going to be the outside customers. And let's say within the mall, we have a store. We're also taking some orders from the internet. That is also coming from outside or external. That is called that is external traffic. Outbound traffic is what is moving out. Inbound is what is moving in, guys. Okay. Now, traffic within a virtual network is automatically allowed. What is a network? A network is a group of computers connected to each other. And why are we calling it virtual? Because this is on the cloud. It looks like it is there in our company, but this is really on the cloud. That's why we're calling it as a virtual network. So within a virtual network means within this virtual network is nothing but our mall, where we have a lot of stores, McDonald's, a Burger King, and maybe a Starbucks coffee, maybe an Indian restaurant and things like that. These are different applications and the virtual machines which are running. So if anybody is moving inside the mall, it's okay. There is no problem. The security groups are allowing you. You need to explicitly allow the traffic from internet. If somebody is coming from outside, or maybe somebody is coming, giving some orders from the internet, then we need to set some rules. That is what the network security group allows us. So generally what we have, our VM, behind the scenes on the cloud, our VM is getting associated with a card, a network interface card. And what happens? That card has a private IP address and a public IP address. Within the network, which means where is the network? The network is on the cloud, which is nothing but the Azure cloud. If you have whether one VM, one virtual machine, or 10 or 100 virtual machines on the cloud, the communication within the cloud is allowed, no problem. How does that happen? That is where the cloud, the Azure cloud, is using private IP address. But anybody who's ordering from the internet, they will not have access to the private IP. They will use the public IP. And what is the problem with public IP? There is some security issues will come up. If everybody knows your IP address, some hackers might try to get into it. So we call that as public. It is slightly less secure. So what did we do? We opened a port called 3389 yesterday, I think is what we have done. We'll try to do that again. So each rule has a source and a destination. This can be either be an IP address or a CIDR block or service tag. In other words, these are some of the properties that we configured. You define the port numbers for the rule. Okay, so give me one moment. Let me go back here. I pause this for a moment and back to that is in, let me bring this up. And what is this one? Tech, my hand. Tech. So here, I'm logging into the cloud, guys. You guys can also log into the cloud. Sign in. See ya. And okay, next, get into the console lab. So resume the share, getting into console lab now. Let's do a start. I should take you into the Azure portal. This site will be inaccessible for 30 minutes as part of the maintenance. I see. Oh, 12 January, where are we? I'm being told. Oh, okay. So where are we? We're Wednesday, right? When is the festival, guys? Is it starting tomorrow, day after tomorrow? Any of you recall, guys? Is
Friday,
it tomorrow?
sir. Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Naveen.
Very good. Thank you, guys. Okay, so there it is. We are sign in. So back to security groups. So these are nothing but some of the fields and things like that. We are giving allow or deny. We are telling the. I'm actually trying to create VM, but after downloading the RDP file, I'm not able to get connected. That is because you have not given a rule. You have to give a rule, and that's what we'll try to see. So here is the resource group. Let's see if I have my virtual machines up. Niharika, do you have your virtual machine up? Have you created a VM yesterday do you have that?
Sir?
You created a
VM.
virtual, you have that, right?
Yeah, sir, I have created today also.
Oh, very good. Okay, then we'll have a look at yours. Looks like I don't have mine. Go back here. Back to virtual machines. Okay, so Niharika, can you share yours? Is that okay?
Okay, sir.
Let me make you a host. Share the screen.
One minute, sir.
Yeah. Azure load balancer. That's where I missed something. Okay, so this is you logged into this one, right? Yeah, go back to your basics in not scale set. Go to the virtual machine and go to the basic settings. Not scale sets. VM.
VM.
Yeah, click on the Niharika. Not create.
VM.
No, Niharika. Click
Niharika.
on. Yeah.
Ah.
Okay, now if you look here, scroll down on the properties.
Properties.
And below you have properties, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Niharika, if you scroll down.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Now what you can do is scroll up on the left-hand side. Click on networking. Look for networking. Scroll up. Click on networking.
Yeah.
And Suresh, if you're looking at this one, notice she has added a port called 3389 yesterday. Click on that, select the 3389. This is the port. So she has given an allow, she has given a protocol is TCP. This is the rule that you need to add, and you did not add this one. Scroll down, please, in this screen. And RDP port 30 is exposed to internet, that is okay. So you need to say allow. You need to add this. And how do you do? Close this RDP thing.
Okay.
And now click on, so Suresh, you need to click on add inbound port rule. Click on that and then you need to give this one. Are you there, Suresh?
Naveen.
I will try to share a step-by-step instruction in the coming up days, but for now, you try to do that. These screenshots are taking a lot of time for me. That's why I'm not able to give it immediately, but I'll give you a step-by-step one. You just keep trying that one. But it is
Naveen, can I share my screen once?
Yeah. One moment, please.
I'm not able to see RDP file also.
You're not seeing. One moment. Let me. Niharika, stop your screen. Okay, are you able to share it?
Are you able to see my screen, Naveen?
Yeah. So add inbound security rule. Okay. So now source any, that is okay. Destination any, service custom. What did you give, Niharika? Did you give service as custom? Niharika. Niharika, are you there?
Yeah, sir.
Have you
Service as RDP.
Okay, select this service as RDP. Thank you, Pratisha. And next one, protocol is TCP. Okay, action is allow. Okay, scroll down. Port underscore 8080 you give me. Well, this is 3389, right? So just say port underscore 3389.
3389.
Oh, just 80. No.
Naveen?
The name.
Sorry, I didn't.
Lavanya. Niharika, can you tell? Did we give 80 or 3389? The name.
The 3389, sir.
Port underscore 3389, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that is for IIS, Pratyusha and Lavanya. That's for another rule. This is for, okay, click on add now. Okay, and let's verify. Scroll down, where is the 3389 here? Where did you add that?
Yes, Naveen.
Where did you add it, buddy? Did you add it in inbound or outbound?
Inbound, Naveen.
Click on add.
Wait.
I have added also.
RDP. Priority is 300. Name is RDP.
Name is?
RDP, capital letters.
Priority, the priority you entered matches another security rule within this network security group. Priorities must be unique.
Cancel this one. Cancel this one. Click on the cancel button, please.
Cancel. Add and cancel is there. Down.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
So if you look at the ports, this port 3389 already there, allow is there. So now what we need to do is the rule is added. We need to connect to the virtual machine. So go back to virtual machines. On the top search window, just type in virtual machine. Select virtual machine. And which is the one you're trying to collect? Suresh, okay. Select that. Connect. Click on connect. RDP, yeah. Download RDP. Open, when done, yeah. Is it opening or not opening, Suresh?
Naveen.
Is it opening or not opening?
Not opening, Naveen. It is showing an error.
What is the error?
Remote desktop cannot connect to the remote computer for one of these reasons.
Have you shared the screen? Share your complete thing.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, so again, the remote is turned off. Okay, when you say connect, it should start, I think. Click on OK. Share your complete screen. Let's not waste the time. Connect with RDP. Okay. Let's say maybe you have to create. No. I'm thinking maybe we just need to start it. Click on the text. Close this right-hand side part of it. RDP thing. So select the Suresh, and I think it is giving you an option to start it, right?
No, Naveen.
Okay.
Start it.
Started. Let's say 20.114 public IP address. Let me see. Come back here. CMD. Let's do a ping 20.114.180. 4.180.205. Let's do a ping. So the inbound rule has not kicked in, which means, okay, you try creating another one, Suresh, rather than wasting the time on this one. We'll try to create another one.
Naveen. Okay, Naveen.
We'll see later.
Thank you.
But okay, thank you, buddy. Load balance. I need to give you a quick introduction to load balancer, but that's what is missing. Got a bunch of stuff going on there. Azure storage. Okay, in that case, let me take back this one. Pardon me, sorry about that. Like to a few questions and answers. Let's come here. Let's say where are we at? Say this one. Okay, before I give you, I leave you guys for lunch. Let me come back here. Let me come to a few questions. This is an IT engineer. This is Azure Monitor. Okay, I think yesterday we were here. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, let's see. Okay. Niharika.
Sir.
Yeah. So go ahead. Read the question and take a shot.
Okay, sir. A company wants to start using Azure. They want to deploy several resources to their Azure subscription. They want to be informed of the cost of Azure resources that go beyond a certain threshold. Which of the following can help achieve this?
What do you think?
Okay. They want to deploy several. Create a budget. Yeah, B.
Okay, good one. For here, for now, I won't give much of explanation, but that is the right answer. Let's move to the next one. Let's see. Okay, now here's a slightly tough one we haven't covered, but just give a try. Give a try, Niharika.
An IT engineer needs to create a virtual machine in Azure. Currently, the IT engineer has an Android OS-based workstation. Okay, which of the following can IT engineer use to create a desired virtual machine? Azure. Azure Cloud Shell. B, sir. Select 3.
Okay, so basically we haven't looked at the Azure Cloud Shell, the PowerShell, and the CLI. All the 3 can be used. Yes. We are yet to see them, so it's I will come back and see them later. But let's see. Now here comes a slightly deep one. Let's see if you can spend some time. Yeah, look into it. Read it.
Yeah. 1 minute. Microsoft Azure Germany delivers a cloud platform built on the foundational principles of security, privacy, and compliance and transparency. Azure Germany is a physically located instance of Microsoft Azure. It uses world-class security and compliance services that are critical to human data privacy regulations for all the systems and applications built on the architecture. Okay. And also Azure Germany is available to eligible customers and partners globally who intend to do business in the Europe and the EFTA, including United Kingdom. But since August 2018, we have not accepted new customers to deploy and any features and services into the original Microsoft Cloud Germany locations. Okay.
Okay. So that is a quick look, but let's see the question. Okay. Which of the following are true regarding the services offered as part of Azure Germany? Pick two. Azure Germany is a physically isolated instance of Microsoft.
D, yeah. A and D or A and B?
Why A?
Yeah. Azure Germany is located in, physically located in Microsoft Azure. It is given first,
Delivers a cloud.
second line.
Azure Germany is a physically isolated instance. Okay, that is by A. What about D? All customers who intend to do, where is that one?
Here globally, so option B. Option B, sir. Partners globally who intended to do business in EU. Option B.
B or D? Boy or dog?
Business, maybe globally is all. D, sir. D.
D.
Globally means all customers.
All customers who intend to do business in the EU. Where does it say that?
This line, highlighted one, second paragraph, first line.
Read it, please.
Azure Germany is available to eligible customers and partners globally who intended to do business in Europe, EU.
So all the customers on the globe can do the business in EU, right?
Yeah.
So this is saying all customers who intend to do business in EU. So you think D for dog is correct?
Yes, sir.
What about C?
Pick two options is, I thought first one is correct. Another one is D is correct.
Why C is not correct?
Who reside is that thing?
So all Azure Germany is available to eligible customers and partners globally, which means you can be a customer or a partner from anywhere around the world. You can be anywhere. If you look at C, all customers who reside in EU means in European Union means in Europe. They are saying you can be anywhere. Whereas this one is saying you have to be in Europe only. That is what is the problem, or that is why it is not the correct option, right? But if you look at the option B, B for boy, it can be used by all customers globally. Is it saying it can be used by all the customers globally?
No, it is saying European Union and EFTA, including United Kingdom. It is saying.
Who intend to do business in EU is what it is saying, but who reside in EU can also be a customer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be in Europe, you can be anywhere. That is what globally means. So it is available for customers globally if they want to do business in EU, including UK. And so if you come back here, it can be used by all customers globally for what? Only if you do business in EU. That is why option B for boy, it is saying it can be used by all customers globally. Whether you want to do business, whether you don't want to do business also is what it might include. So in other words, that is very general. A more specific answer is D for dog. Right?
Yes, sir.
That's what I think is the right answer. So I think A and D, the A statement A is already there in the first line, first para. So statement D, The last option, I think, is the D. Is right answer. Okay. So, okay. Niharika, you mute yourself. Suresh, you come online, buddy. Unmute yourself.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Read it, please.
Well, can the Azure free account be used for production or only for development? The Azure free account provides access to all Azure products and does not block customers for building their ideas into production. The Azure free account products and specific quantities of these products for free. To enable your production scenarios, you may need to use resources beyond the free amount. Those additional resources at the pay-as-you-go services rate.
Okay. That is at a first look, but let's see. Go to the next one. Read it.
The basic support plan is the default one, which is associated with all Azure accounts. To have a standard support plan, it needs to be purchased.
What do you think is the difference between basic and standard?
Standard, I think standard support plan is like premium.
Good. As simple as that. Okay. The company is planning to set up a Azure free account. Does the standard support plan come along with the free account? What do you think?
No, Naveen.
Why?
There is difference between basic plan and there must be difference between basic and standard plan, right? So they cannot give a standard plan for free.
Very good. Where does it say here?
To enable your production scenarios, you may need to use resource scenarios beyond the free amount. In the second, in the third line, Naveen. To enable your production scenarios, you may need to use resources beyond the free amount. Those additional resources are the pay-as-you-go service rates.
So what does that mean?
So if we want to do more about our production scenarios, we have to buy it. So standard support plan is not for free.
Good one, I think. So you're right. So the answer is no. Okay, as simple as that.
Yes,
Good one. Let's see. Okay, read this.
You need to understand that you will need to pay for any extra charges that don't come under the free account conditions. You need to understand that you will need to. Oh, sorry. A company is planning to use its Azure free account for hosting production-based resources. Does the Azure free account allow you to host production-based resources? You need to understand that you will need to pay.
Can we use the free account for production or only for development? Does the Azure account, free account, allow you to host production also, or just, or no? What do you think?
Maybe yes, Naveen.
And why do you say that?
Like Azure is providing some of the some free codes from some free resources, right? So it is not mentioned that that it is only for production and it is not only for development.
Okay, and
so it may be free for some development also.
What is the meaning when you say you need to understand that you will need to pay for any extra charges means?
You need to understand that you will need to pay for an extra. Yes, no, for an extra. Those resources that are not in free account, so for that we have to pay extra charges. Is that right?
It allows us to host, but we need to pay. Pravalika? So the answer is yes or no? Pratyusha? Pravalika says yes.
Naveen.
Good. What do you think, Suresh? The answer is yes or no? Suresh.
Can Azure? Yes, Naveen. We have to pay extra charges, Navin. Yes.
So does the free account allow for production? Can you put a production
Maybe,
application?
maybe some resources for some resources, maybe yes.
So in other words, the answer is yes. But if you're using production, there might additional cost may apply. That is what is the meaning of that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, big one. Read it, please.
Yes. Wait a minute. Okay. For authentication, there are multiple ways to secure the sign-in process. As shown in the Microsoft documentation below, you can use additional security options such as security questions, multi-factor authentication, etc. Azure adds Azure AD self-service password reset SSPR, and multi-factor authentication may ask for ADC information known as authentication methods or security info. To confirm you or who you say you the associated features. Administrators can define in policy which authentication methods are available to users of SSPR, and authentication methods may not be available to all features. Microsoft highly recommends administrators enable users to select more than minimum required authentication methods in case they do not have access to one.
Continue.
Yes. For authorization, you can use the various roles available in Azure. Below is the concept behind role-based access control in Azure. Role-based access control documentation. Role-based access control, RBAC, is a system that provides free fine-grained access. Last, manual or management.
Where are you? What are you reading?
Navin?
What are you reading, man?
Role-based access control documentation.
Yeah, read that last para.
Role-based access control is a system that provides fine-grained access,
management of resources in Azure, and
it is not showing me here now. Sorry.
Yeah, continue. Using RBAC.
Using RBAC, you can segregate duties within your team, and last word, it is not visible to
The
me.
next line.
The amount of access to users that they need to perform their jobs.
Okay.
Team.
So now your company is planning to use Azure AD. Azure AD means Azure Active Directory. So basically, when you guys log into your machines and things like that on your laptop, you're basically connecting to your company's network, and your username, password, all this. Oops, pardon me, 1 minute. Okay, all these things are actually your usernames and passwords are saved in the Microsoft network, and that is Microsoft network. But when we are using cloud, all your lists of usernames and password are saved in Azure cloud. That is what is Active Directory. The place where they are, the place where they are saving your list of usernames and password is Azure Active Directory. Okay. So they're saying your company is planning to use Azure AD for authentication of the resources defined in Azure. Does Azure AD have the capabilities to implement authorization using RBAC to secure resources is what is the question. What do you think? Read one more time and answer it.
Yes, Navin.
So why do you say yes?
Here it is there. Using RBAC, you can segregate duties within your own team and amount of access to users that they need to perform their jobs.
Okay. And anywhere here?
Microsoft highly recommends administrators enable users to select more than minimum requirement authentication models.
So what does that mean? So the way we are connecting is not via Microsoft. So in other words, if we were connecting personally, and let's say you enter your Hotmail or Gmail and you get into Azure, that is your personal way of connecting. Let us say if that failed. What Microsoft is recommending is you have Azure AD integration also. In case your Gmail or other mails don't work, you can go through Microsoft's way of authentication, which is nothing but the Azure AD. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
Yeah. Okay. Last one before we take a break. Go ahead and read it.
SLA Service Level Agreement for Azure Active Directory. As updated after 2020, we guarantee 99.99% availability of Azure Active Directory basic and premium services. The services are considered available in the following scenarios. Okay. Users are able to log into the Azure Active Directory service. Azure Active Directory successfully emits the authentication and authorization tokens required for users to log into applications connected to the service. No service level agreement is offered for the free edition of Azure Active Directory. My company is planning to purchase Azure AD tab Premium P2 for its Azure account. Does the Azure AD Premium P2 tab come with an SLA of any Azure AD service? Okay. Yes, Naveen.
Explain.
As it is mentioned, they are providing 99% of 99.99% of premium SLA service level agreement. So premium tier also may get service.
So you think the premium tier is providing
Yes,
SLA to meet the 99.9%?
Yes, Naveen. Here it is mentioned clearly. We guarantee 99.99% availability of the Azure.
So you think the answer is yes?
Yes, Naveen.
Very good. Gentlemen, ladies, let's take a short break. Let's see. We're at 1:35. Let's add 2:15, 2:20. Let's come back by 2:20 and continue our journey from there, guys. Okay? Thank you, guys.
Yes, Naveen.
Thank you, Suresh. Okay. Guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please, if you're back? Let's say Niharika or Suresh, can you make me the host, buddy?
Is it Madhulika?
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's my daughter's name. I'm going to change my name. There you go. Okay, great. Thank you. Sharing the screen now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, buddy. Oops, one more time. Sharing it. And let's what we have. Okay, so this here. Say height. Okay. And let's see what we have. So let's talk a little bit about the load balancing, guys. Load balancing rules. This defines how to route traffic when it arrives on the load balancer. So we need to understand what is a load balancer. We use rules to redirect traffic to the backend pool. We need to know what is the backend pool. We can also enable session persistence. May I come back here? I think this is the last slide. Here's the big one. Okay. Load balancer is about providing high availability for your applications. You'll understand what is high availability. The load balancer itself is a fully managed service in Azure. Remember, say come here, back to switch, put this here, and what we have. So one of the things is high availability. We need to understand what is high availability. The next one is what is load balancer. Next, what is meant by fully managed service? Fully managed service means it is completely taken care of by the Azure cloud. If you are taking care of it, then that is called self-managed. Otherwise, it's fully managed. High availability means if one of the server goes down, Azure will take up the responsibility in bringing up the other server up with all the things, just like in Hadoop. Load balancing is about balancing the load. And that's what we'll try to understand. It allows you to distribute traffic to your backend virtual machines. So more precisely, it's about distributing the traffic. So let's see what that means, guys. So imagine we have 2 VMs running. There are a lot of users using it. What is load balancing going to do? Load balance is going to balance them. Imagine we had only one virtual machine and there are a lot of users. Then what can happen is that might get overloaded if the number of users increase. So what we want to do is we want to divide the load. So what are we doing? We're distributing the load. That is what is load balancer. What load balancers do is they will take the requests from the users and they will redirect them to different VMs in a equally distributed way. They will balance the load so that one of them is not getting overloaded. Okay, we can create an internal load balancer, only balance traffic from within a virtual network. In other words, internal load balancer, what we are looking, let's see, come back here. We need to understand what is an internal load balancer. This balances the traffic within a virtual network. Within a virtual network means within the cloud. If you're using within the cloud, it is called internal. We can also create a public load balancer. This can be used to load balance internet traffic. So public load balancer is balancing the traffic coming from internet. Internal is balancing the traffic coming from the virtual network, which is within the cloud. There are also 2 pricing tiers for load balancers, basic and standard. By basic is free, standard is what we need to purchase. We need to pay slightly more money for that. So here is a scenario. We have a group of users and imagine they're using web applications and we have a web application sitting or hosted into web servers. And let's say the web applications are also using some database servers. What is happening is public load balancers, all these users are coming from internet, and all their requests are being equally balanced, equally being routed to 2 or maybe 3 or whatever it is. That is what is load balancer doing. It is just rerouting it. Then come to internal load balance. What happens is internal load balance is within the network, within the cloud. So in other words, say come here, back here. So this is within the cloud. What we are doing is, these are the guys who are on the net, internet users. Our users are are submitting their requests or accessing our websites from the web. And ideally, what will happen is our requests were going directly there. If there was only a single virtual machine, all the requests will be going there directly. But what we are doing is, we are putting an intermediary resource. And what this is going to do is, this is going to reroute it to multiple web servers. And what is this one? This is taking the requests which are coming from outside. That's why we are saying it's public. Whereas this part of it is completely within the cloud. Here, from the web server, generally you go to the database and you try to get some data. This is within the cloud. So this is also load balancing it. What is it? That is called internal load balancer, as simple as that. Both of them are load balancers. Okay, and next let's see backend pool. So ideally, if you come back here, what is backend pool is, in a slightly, to be more precise, advanced architectures, what they will do is, these virtual machines which are here, or maybe these virtual machines where the database is running, they will maintain a pool of them. They will not maintain 1 or 2, but they will maintain multiple. What is it? That is called a backend pool. And what do these load balancers do? Based on the request, they will be submitting it to the pool. And there are different rules how we configure it and things like that. But what are they doing? They're submitting it to the pool and processing the request. Once they process, they will give it back, and the load balancer is giving back the response. That is how it works, guys. That is called a backend pool. For the basic load balancer, you can define a virtual machine, an availability set, or a scale set. So in other words, for basic load balancer, we can define only one. For the standard load balancer, you can define many backend virtual machines. In other words, we can maintain a pool. We cannot maintain a pool for basic is what it really means. Okay, so another thing we need to be familiar is what is called a health probe. This is used to check whether a backend virtual machine is healthy or not. What that means is, here are virtual machines, there is a load balancer. Pardon me, sorry about that. So what is happening is, this is used to check whether a backend virtual machine is healthy or not. The Azure load balancer uses another service, or it could be part of this service, which is constantly checking if the virtual machines are up and running. Sometimes the servers on which the virtual machines are running could be down. One of them, it's just like the master and the worker, where one of the workers is down. So what do we do? So something is checking. What is that? That is called health probe. Ideally, again, it uses the TCP protocol. We specify the port numbers and the intervals, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, and things like that. That is called health probing. Health probing is you're checking the health of a virtual machine. Virtual machine is where our actual web application is running. That is referred as a health probe. So load balancing rules define how to route the traffic when it arrives on the load balancer. We use the rules to redirect the traffic to the backend pool. We can also enable session persistence. This is a slightly advanced one. Here, client IPs can be directed to the same backend virtual machine. Sometimes a few clients, requests coming from a few client IP, from a few clients of clients, you always want it to route it to one virtual machine or a specific virtual machine or a group of specific virtual machines. That's another advanced scenario. that is referred as the session persistence. Okay, so that is just an FYI, but ideally we will have to create 2 virtual machines and we'll create a standard load balancer. We'll do that later today. And let's move to the next one, guys. Okay, another thing, we'll cover a little bit of theory and come back to a little bit of labs and things like that, guys. So come back here. Another one interesting, slightly deep one is Azure Application Gateway. It is also slightly similar to the load balancer. So in a network layer, there are layers, 7 layers, 9 layers, something like that is there. Load balancer works at layer 7. Application Gateway is a fully managed service. Remember, fully managed service means it is fully managed by Azure. You don't do anything. You just configure it. You can also add a firewall as a feature. Without a firewall, generally, the web applications can be hacked in. There are different ways and techniques and things like that. So if you have a firewall, there is more security. With Application Gateway, it provides us firewall features, what it is, guys. Okay. So here is a scenario. Imagine we have our applications running in 2 VMs. A group of users are accessing it. Where does Application Gateway come? Application Gateway is coming as a bridge. What it is doing is it is going to take the requests and route them to different virtual machines like a load balancer. But really, it is not balancing. What load balancer does is it is equally balancing between the 2 virtual machines. What does an Application Gateway do? Imagine there are a few requests which are requesting a video. All the video requests are going to a particular virtual machine. All the image requests are going to a particular another virtual machine. What is this? This is called URL-based rerouting. What is that? That is called Application Gateway. It is routing. It is not balancing. It is routing all the video, all the way. The VM1 could be a more powerful server where a lot of videos are running. For videos, we want to use a powerful server. For images, we want to use a slightly maybe cheaper server and things like that. So what do? That's why we are routing all the images to a cheaper server. Okay. So the Application Gateway also has a feature. So it can also act as a firewall. We can use this feature to protect web applications that sit behind the Application Gateway. Again, it's about protection and security. Protect against common tasks such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting attacks, and things like that. Again, that is part of the security, guys. Okay. Everybody with me so far? Quick yes, please. Okay, we'll cover a little bit of theory. As I said, we'll later get into the labs and things like that. So Azure storage, guys. Storage is nothing but storing. What do we do? Well, there are different kinds of storage. Blobs is unstructured data. Files are also unstructured data. Table is structured data. Queue is kind of a semi-structured data. And what Azure storage, it is durable and highly available. In other words, whether you store a file, whether you store a video, audio, table record, or any queue messages, what is special about it? If any of the servers go down, they are automatically made available on another one that is called high availability. They are scalable. If the number of requests are increasing, automatically the servers, the virtual machines will automatically can be handled, will be increased or decreased. That is called elasticity. So if you go a little bit into blob is nothing but our unstructured data, binary data, your videos, audios, other kinds of unstructured data. The log files are also referred as semi-structured. They're also referred as unstructured data. And what happens is the storage accounts are nothing but these objects are our videos and audios. What do? We can create different kinds of containers. Containers we'll try to understand. But what these containers do, each storage account is associated with a container. And in these containers, our objects are stored, or to be more simple, all our objects are stored in a storage account, is what we'll say for now. It is ideal solution for apps to store objects such as videos and images. If you want to store backup data also, we can store it. That is nothing but, so this is the data coming from web applications, other kinds of virtual machines, all the data we're storing into, what are we calling this? So this is a storage account, the blobs. More precisely, if we come blob storage, this is called blob storage. Binary large objects, big large objects is what it is referred to as. Okay, so in blob storage, there is something called hot tire, cool tire, archive tire. Let's see what that is, guys. Come here. Put this here. Pardon me. So what is hot storage type? So let's say, come back here, start with this one. Here is somewhere, here is Azure Cloud. We have different kinds of data. Let's say start with this one. And here is another one. And here is, let's say another one, is what we have. Now, what is hot storage tier? Ideal for objects that are frequently accessed, which means, imagine there is some data, whether it's videos, audios, email, whatever it is frequently accessed. What is that? That is put in something called a hot tier. Okay, we'll call this as a hot tier, is what it is. So you frequently access it. You need it available immediately. So that is why it is called hot. Then come to the cool tier. Let's say choose this one. Here is the cool tier. It is optimized for data that is infrequently accessed. We do not access frequently. So imagine, for the sake of simplicity, guys, if you come back to the hot tier, let's say this is email data. Emails we are daily accessing, we look at yesterday, we look at the day before yesterday, things like that, okay? Now in the same emails, let us say, for the sake of simplicity, generally we access maybe last 1 week or 1 month's data. But before 1 month, what do? We don't access that frequently. What do? You put it into another layer. That is infrequently accessed. Before 1 month, before 2 months, here and there you access, that is nothing but the cool type. Okay, now archive type. Let's say anything behind 1 year. Let's choose this one. That is this one. Archive type is, we hardly access that. You archive that. So behind the scenes, we can put it in a slightly, not a very expensive VMs where we're not incurring many costs. That's what the Azure does, and things like that is referred as an archive type. So this is the emails before 1 year. This is the emails from before 1 month, and this is the latest email. You think of it. So this is the latest emails. These are the emails before 1 month till 1 year. These are anything behind 1 year, archive type. Everybody catching it, guys? You can also set restraints on accessing objects, okay? There are again multiple rules and things like that, guys, okay? Another kind of storage is table storage. Tables is nothing but database and tables, guys, okay? So let's say it is used for no structure, no SQL data, storing structured no SQL data. No SQL we looked at today, it is nothing but the Hbase is no SQL. And what is happening is it is acting like a database. So in NoSQL is more precisely what we are doing is it is a big data solution for database. It is a database, so the data we are giving some kind of a structure, and ideally, generally what we do is we do not use SQL here. That is not only SQL. That is the name of it. Everything is a key and a value. So here you think like dictionaries, key and a value. The key is nothing but generally the row key is nothing but the primary key is nothing but the roll number and the main ID column of any file or database. It is cost effective. NoSQLs are generally much more inexpensive. They are open source, they're inexpensive compared to the traditional databases. They give you, they're like the tables. Example of storage of user data for applications. You can store any kind of data if you're able to convert it in the form of a data, guys, okay? The next one, so in other words, the table storage is, we are saying, this is nothing but the table storage, the NoSQL, not only SQL, is what we are referring, this one. Then comes a file storage. So I come here. Okay, what is file storage? It allows for retrieval of files. This is nothing but files you're saving on the cloud. You can mount shares on Windows, Linux, and Mac, means you can access these files or servers from any operating system. They are like a new drive which is mapped. If you probably look into your Tech Mahindra laptops and things like that, they would have given you an access to an additional server where they're sharing some of their application files that you're working on, or maybe some of the HR stuff and things like that. So it will look like a drive. That is what is a file share. They call that as file share, a server, a drive. It is mounted, means it is connected. You don't need to manage. You don't manage. It is managed. It is fully managed again by the Azure. Okay, that is file storage is files, table storage is tables, Blobs is unstructured data. Everybody with me so far? Quick yes, please. Now here comes a slightly advanced scenario. The queue storage is generally used in slightly advanced architectures and things like that, where they have a lot of requests coming in and things like that. So imagine, for the sake of simplicity, here are the users. There are different kinds of users. Let's say for the sake of simplicity, there are 100,000 or maybe 100,000 users. What are they doing? They're accessing our web application. Let's say here's a web application. And behind the scenes, we have a database. Let's say this is our database. The web application is using the database behind the scenes, is what is going on. So generally what they do is they try to put the queues. They can put the queues anyway. If they want, they can put the queues here. They can put the queues here. And what will happen is all these requests will be sent here. Oops, get rid of that. Get rid of this. Back here. And pass this here. Get rid of this. And what will they do? We will have multiple VMs with web service and things like that. And what these will do is, once a message reaches a queue, let's say here is a message 1, then a message 2. Like that, there are hundreds and thousands of messages they are queuing up in this queue. They're queuing up in this queue. So behind the scenes, what our web servers do is, they'll pick up a message. They'll pick up a message, they will process it. Pick up a message, process it. What is it? That is how the message queuing works. What is that? That is queue storage. In case our architecture has that kind of requirements, Azure provides a queue storage. It is used for storing and retrieval messages. They are semi-structured data. Good when you want to decouple components. So decoupling, all these are slightly advanced architectures. This kind of architectures are advanced architectures, guys. Okay, and we don't need to go into those details, but just have an idea about the queue. A single message queue in the queue can be up to 664 KB. So in other words, each message is generally not a large object. It's just a small and a short and a sweet object is what it is. We can store millions of messages in the queue. Again, these are generally done in any queuing scenarios. Anybody will allow you to store. Millions is generally a very, very big number. But again, Azure is providing that kind of a storage is what it is. Okay, guys. Let's say, okay, lab, create a storage account, look at the blob service and so on. Okay. So now let's say come back here and back to the queue. Pause it here for a moment. We're in S here. So let me move this, take this one from here. Slide that is the storage part of it. Okay. Oh, lost it. Back here. And from here till here. Get rid of them. Save this one. Okay, let's see. I'm going to stop here. I will probably ask Suresh to come up here. Stop the shares. Suresh, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, it looks like I will need to share the screen here. So let's say share this one. And let's say questions. Share it. Okay. Studying here, see what we can understand. Okay, take a moment and read this out, please, for others.
Premium P1 has all the features that a free plan has, and it will also include more features. As both the features are not the same. P1. Okay. Azure Active Directory comes in 4 editions: free, Office 365, Premium P1, and Premium P2. The free edition is included with a subscription to a commercial online service, example Azure Dynamics 365, Intune, and Power Platform. P1 designed to empower organizations with more demanding identity and access management needs. The Azure Active Directory Premium Edition adds feature-rich enterprise-level identity management capabilities and enables hybrid users to seamlessly access on premises and cloud capabilities. This edition includes everything you need for information workers and identity administrators in hybrid environments. In hybrid environments across applications, access, self-service identity and access management, and security in the cloud.
Okay, so the support plans have different feature sets, and let's see if you can take that.
Okay, a company plans to upgrade its current Azure AD free plan to Azure AD Premium P1 plan. Does Microsoft provide the same feature set for both plans?
Yes or no?
No, coach.
Why?
Here, it comes in 4 plans, right? Free Office 365, Premium P1 and P2. Free edition is included with the subscription to commercial online services. Example Azure. So
Okay.
Premium P1 is empowered with rich enterprise level identity management capabilities. It is adding more features it is adding some more features than free one.
Cool. So short and sweet, if free and premium are having the same features, nobody will go for premium.
Yes, Naveen.
Right? So that's why premium has more features, is what it is, as simple as that. So
yes,
read it.
Supplemental terms of use for Microsoft Azure previews. Azure may include preview, beta, or other pre-release features, services, software, or region offered by Microsoft to obtain customer feedback. Okay. Available to you on the condition that you agree to these terms of use, which supplement your agreement governing use of Azure. Previews are provided as is with all faults and as available and are excluded from the service level agreements and limited. The last lines are not visible, Naveen. Okay. A company wants to try out some services which Azure is offering in public preview. Do the services in public preview in Azure come with an SLA? Company wants to try. Previews may subject to reduced or differently securities, compliance, and privacy commitments as further explained in services privacy statement, Microsoft Azure Trust Center, and the other online service terms. And any additional notices provided with the preview customers should not process personal data or other data that is subjected to heightened compliance requirements. Certain named previews may also be subject to additional terms and conditions. We may change or discontinue previews at any time without notice. We also may choose not to release a preview in additional into general availability. Okay.
Yes or no?
Azure wants to say something.
What do you think, Suresh?
No, Naveen. Can you?
What is the meaning of a preview?
Offerings like resources, public resources, or what it
so in
has.
other words, just like a movie preview or product preview. A movie is a product.
Yes.
Before you actually looking at it, they are giving you a preview of the product, but they're not giving any guarantee, SLAs and things like that. That's what it means. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Continue.
We can see all previews of Azure in the Azure portal only. However, there is a separate portal available in the given link. Use it for basic evaluation of preview services, but not for actual use of them. Okay. We can see previews of Azure in Azure portal only.
Okay. So
Yes, separate portal.
continue.
The classic Azure portal they have now made available a new preview portal. The new preview portal allows you to access Azure portal features before they are released to the main Azure portal. If you go to the link, you can log in and experience navigation and other preview types for the portal.
Okay.
Here is a link. Okay. The company wants to try out some services which Azure is offering in preview. Does Microsoft provide a separate portal to work with preview features? Yes.
Which one is that?
The new preview portal, I mean.
As simple as that. It's preview.portal.azure.com. Okay.
Yes.
So yes, let's see. Okay. Read it.
If you need to create and manage Azure web apps, then you can do that from Azure portal as shown below. Portal.azure.com. Your company needs to deploy and manage several Azure web apps using the Azure App Service resource. Which of the following URL would you use to manage the Azure web apps? B.
You think so?
Naveen?
You think so?
Naveen, sorry, I didn't get you then.
You think so? Is it option B?
Yes, yes, Naveen. Portal.
That is right. Cool.
Yes, Naveen. If you are looking at storing data that is not frequently used, you can use the Azure Data Lake service. Okay.
Okay, we haven't talked about Azure Data Lake, but let's say, okay, think of that as big data. If you're not using the data which is frequently, do you think you'll use the big data?
If you are looking at this, not frequently used, you can use big data.
See, I don't think I have a hint for you. Let me see if I have a hint. Give me one moment here. I don't have a hint for you, but let's say come back here. I think that is the right answer. The big data is more precisely Azure Data Lake. We'll later talk about it. It's nothing but batch processing and things like that. Do you remember what is an example of batch processing?
Credit card bills.
Good. What is an example of real-time processing?
It's like monthly bill. At the end of the month, the bill will be generated.
Credit card swiping. Very good, Pravalika. Swiping a credit card is an example of real-time. Getting a bank statement or a credit card statement is an example of batch processing. So here, if it is not frequently used, then Azure Data Lake is a good one. But let's see what else we have. Let's see if you can catch this one. Okay.
A company needs to store 2 terabyte worth of data that is infrequently used. The data needs to be accessed via Power BI. Which of the following could be used as a cost-effective data layer for this requirement?
Oops. When you're saying 2 terabytes of data, what does it remind you of?
Big data.
Good. And here is another hint. So cost effective. So we're looking for cost effective solution. So now let's see. Okay, I'm slightly deep on. Give it a thought. Oops, back here again. So Azure SQL database is a database that is for real time. We use the database for real time. What is PostgreSQL? PostgreSQL is also a database. Database is for real time. Are you with me, Suresh?
Yes,
What
Naveen.
is Azure Cosmos DB? Azure Cosmos DB is like the Hbase of Azure. It is a NoSQL of Microsoft. Hbase
Okay.
is the NoSQL of Hadoop. Azure Cosmos DB is the NoSQL or the Hbase of Azure Cloud Computing. And what is that? That's a database. That's also for real time. And come to Azure Data Lake. What did we just discuss?
It is like data.
Infrequently means
Infrequently using data.
not frequent. If it is not frequent, then Data Lake is a better solution. It will take a little bit of time. You don't need the response right away. It's batch processing and things like that. That is Data Lake. Data Lake is, for now, the shortcut is big data. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
We're saving the 2 terabytes, which is big data. Not in SQL, not in PostgreSQL, but generally in something like Azure Data Lake, which is Azure Big Data, or Cosmos DB is also okay. But what is this one? In Cosmos DB, you save the data which needs to be frequently accessed. Understanding, Suresh?
Yes, Naveen.
Continue.
What is authentication? What is authentication? Authentication is the act of challenging a party for legitimate credentials, providing the basis for principle to be used for identity and access control. In simpler terms, it is the process of proving your authentication is sometimes shortened to authn.
Okay.
A company wants to ensure that their company's users are authenticated when they access resources defined in their Azure account. Which of the following is correct definition of authentication? Specify the type of service you can assure. See, Naveen.
Why?
Authentication means giving clearly mentioned that it is legitimate credentials providing the basis for principle.
Very good.
Like
cool.
Sorry.
So this is the act of providing legitimate credentials. Legitimate credentials means right username and password. This specifies the type of service that you can use in Azure. So it is actually also a service, but this is authentication as it's a service which is checking something. Are you legitimate or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So what do you think is SaaS? Do you recall?
Yeah, Naveen.
What are some of the applications you use on a daily basis?
Naveen?
What are some of the web applications you use on a daily basis?
Web applications. I use Google Chrome.
In Chrome, what do you use?
Google softwares.
More precisely, Gmail, Yahoo Mail, and things like that.
Email, yes.
Okay. What do you think is SAS stands for?
Software as service.
Good.
Service.
Now, Gmail is your software as service. You're using Gmail like a user, like an end user, right?
Yes, Naveen.
Is there any application you use where you also do some development?
Naveen?
Is there any application where you use, which you use for development?
Didn't get you, man.
You write code.
Yes.
Which one?
Naveen, I didn't get you. Sorry.
Is there any application you use where you will do the development or write code?
Yes, Naveen. For doing Java, we need Java as a platform.
Is that on the cloud?
Cloud, no, Naveen. Jupyter.
Is that
It's
on the
like a
cloud?
platform.
But is that on the cloud?
Yes, Naveen, Jupyter is on the cloud.
So more precisely, your Jupyter is not on the cloud. Oh,
No.
sorry. We are using, yeah, for us, since you're using the labs,
Yes, Naveen.
that is platform as service.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Yesterday we created a few virtual machines and things like that. Niharika created a few virtual machines and things like that. What is a virtual
Yes,
machine?
Naveen,
What is a virtual machine?
it is present, but we cannot see.
It is present. Okay. In other words, it's a machine. What is a machine?
Where we perform some functions or actions.
It is infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
That is infrastructure as service. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
So that is a quick touch of these three things. But let's see. These are the things. What is it? This is SAS, PAS, and IAS. So I come back here. Okay. Continue.
A company is planning to create several virtual machines in Azure. Which of the following is the right category to which the Azure virtual machine belongs? Infrastructure as a service.
Why?
As we just discussed, to do any performance, we need an infrastructure like platform and software. So these all come under IaaS.
Short and sweet, virtual machine is a machine. Machine is an infrastructure. That's why it's a infrastructure as service. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Continue. Let's say. I come back here. Okay. Continue.
An IT engineer needs to use Azure Cloud Shell. Which of the following icons would you use for this purpose? An IT engineer needs to use Azure Cloud Shell. Which of the following? I mean,
Okay, I'll give you a hint.
yes, Naveen.
Okay, this is the question. An IT engineer needs to use Azure Cloud Shell. Which of the following? Oh, okay. We not yet looked into the Azure Cloud Shell. Okay.
Yes.
What do you think it is?
You would use the symbol shown below to access Azure Cloud Shell. Yes.
In other words, it is this one, option 1.
Yes.
Okay.
And 2 is notifications and 3 is like settings. 4th one is
good.
profile.
If you're accessing the website, you're probably looking at that. Okay. Continue.
Easy to create and manage multiple VMs. When you have many VMs that run on your application, it is important to maintain a consistent across your environment. For reliable performance of your application, the VM size disk application installs should match across all VMs. With scale sets, all VM instances are created from the same base OS image and configuration. Lets you easily manage hundreds of VMs without additional configuration tasks or network settings. ScaleSet supports the use of Azure Load Balancer for basic layer 4 traffic distribution and application gateway for more advanced layer 7 traffic distribution and SSL termination.
Okay. Okay.
A company needs to create around 50 customized virtual machines. Out of these, only 20 are Windows-based virtual machines, which are identical, and 30 are Ubuntu machines, again of identical configuration. All virtual machines will be used in a load balanced configuration. Which of the following would help reduce the administrative effort required to deploy the machines? Load balancer is for storage purposes, I think so.
Continue.
Hmm. Azure Traffic Manager is like these are also for storage, but like allocation or processing data. Like I don't know about web apps. And
Okay.
Azure skill sets answer Navin, because we use skill set support the use of Azure Load Balancer. Okay. These skill sets, all VM instances are created on the same base OS image and configuration.
Okay. So in other words, with skill sets, you easily manage hundreds of VMs without additional configuration tasks or network. So it is the skill sets. Load balancer is for balancing the load. It is when you have multiple virtual machines, it is equally distributing the load. Whereas scale set is used, is automatically scaling. You are not adding it. It is automatically scaling. Are you catching it?
Yes, Navin.
Yeah, let
Suresh.
me see if I can simplify this. Load balancer. Okay, so let's say come back here. Put this here. So imagine this is our coffee shop, and what's happening is lots of customers are coming in. Customer 1, customer 2, customer 3, customer 4, so on. So now what we're doing is we are bringing in somebody. And for the coffee shop, what we are doing is because our traffic has increased, we're going to open another coffee shop. Behind the scenes, we are opening 2 coffee shops. What we are doing is when the customers are coming, the load balancer is going ahead and sending one here, sending one here. So it's balancing. This guy is acting like a load balancer. You can.
Screen is not visible, Navin, so we can't see your screen. Sketch is not visible, Navin.
How about now?
Yes, Navin.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so these are all the customers who are coming in. And originally, we had only one coffee shop. So let's see. We had only one coffee shop, all the customers are coming in. So now what we did was we created 2 coffee shops, and there is one guy here. When a customer comes in, he will not directly go to the coffee shop, but he will come here. And this guy is redirecting. One go here, one go here. So what he's doing is he's balancing the load. If there are 3 of them also, for 10 of them also, is balancing. What is this? This is load balancer. It's about balancing the load. What is web app? Web app is what is processing the request inside. Inside these things, that's your coffee shop. Traffic manager is also, he's just rerouting it. He's not balancing. He will just reroute, but he will not balance. But Azure scale set, what it is doing is, it is automatically creating the coffee shops. It is adding 3, 10, 50, 100 automatically. What is that? That is an Azure scale set service. Okay, Azure scale set is, let's say, is something else where when it reaches a certain threshold, it is more than 70 people are coming here. So it's checking 70 people are coming here, bring up another coffee shop. Even here 70 are coming, bring up another coffee shop and repeat the process. And now suddenly what's happening? They're reducing to 30, remove, get rid of one, get rid of one, get rid of one. They are get rid of one, get rid of one, back to one. That is Azure, that is scale set. Catching it, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Move to the next one. Continue.
Privileged identity management provides time-based and approval-based role activation to mitigate the risks of excessive, unnecessary, and misused access permissions on resources that you care about. Here are some of the key features of privileged identity management. Provide just-in-time privileged access to Azure AD and Azure resources. assign time-bound access to resources using start and end dates, require approval to activate privileged roles, enforce multi-factor authentication to activate any role. The company wants to use Azure for the deployment of various solutions. They want to ensure that whenever users authenticate to Azure, they have to use multi-factor authentication. Which of the following can help them achieve this? Azure Privileged Identity Management.
Why?
So we are providing time-based approval-based role activation to mitigate the risks of. We are providing time-based and.
What do you think is time-based and role-based?
Naveen, yesterday Anandan had changed the time-based from 3 hours to 4 hours.
Very good.
Like that.
Okay, so sometimes you want to give a user access for 3 months or 6 months, that is time-based. And
Yes,
when we give a user an access, it needs to be approved by the supervisor before that kicks in. That is what is privileged identity management. Okay.
Yes.
So that's the right one. And let's see. Okay, continue.
The disks attached to a virtual machine have different costs associated with them. Below is a screenshot from the pricing calculator of a virtual machine. You can see that there is a dependency on the OS disk. Standard HDD has $1.536 per month.
Okay.
A company is planning to host 2 virtual machines in Azure as shown below. Virtual machine demo VM virtual machine size B1S, demo VM1 B1S. When the virtual machine demo VM is stopped, you will still incur costs for this storage attached to the virtual machine. Is this correct understanding?
Talk to me.
Yes, Naveen.
Why?
When virtual machine is stopped, you will incur cost for that. No, Naveen.
Let's see what others are thinking. Pravalika, why do you say yes? Pravalika, why do you think it is yes?
Naveen, when we stop the labs, it will also get deleted. The data will be also deleted. No, Naveen. So there is no storage, I think.
Good answer. I think the answer is yes, guys. Actually, I think here, we continue to incur the cost even if the VM is deleted. That is what is happening here. So let's say the disks attached to VM have different costs associated with them. They're not part of the virtual machine. The cost is not part of the virtual machine. They have different costs. Pricing calculator, you can see that there is a dependency on the OS disk. Okay, so the cost of the virtual machine is the cost of the virtual machine plus the disk. So if you just remove the VM and not the disk, we are still incurring the cost is what it means. Catching it? Yeah, that's a slightly confusing one. And let's say per month it is calculated. So even if it is stopped, it still incurs the cost. Wow, Pravalika is catching it. She says per month it is calculated. So it is stopped. So we have 1.5 per month. They're calculating it per month. So that's why we're incurring it is what she's also indicating, as simple as that, guys. Okay. But let's see.
Yes,
Continue.
Advantages of SaaS: gain access to sophisticated applications.
You can
To
just
provide
read
SaaS
the highlighted ones.
Gain access to sophisticated applications. Pay only for what you use. Use free client software. Mobilize your workforce easily. Access app data from anywhere.
What does it mean by gain access to sophisticated applications?
Gain access.
Do you think your
Like
Gmail
we-
is a sophisticated application? Or is it a
Yes, Naveen.
simple application?
Sophisticated, I think so.
Okay.
Like
Pay only
it consists of
what you use means?
pay for only what we use. Okay. If we are using storage, we have to pay only for that storage, extra storage.
Are you paying for
So
Gmail?
no, Naveen. For extra storage, we have to pay for Gmail also. If for Gmail, we have 15 GB of data. So if we need any extra storage, we have to pay for extra. That's it.
Okay. Mobilize your
Mhm.
workforce easily means?
Mobile.
Let's say there are 10 employees joining your company. You can ask them, hey, open your Gmail accounts. Let's get started working on it. What is that? That's mobilizing. They're right away working on it.
Yes.
Access on any computer. Okay, good. Pratisha. And access data anywhere. Okay. What is the last line tell you?
Access app data from anywhere.
No, the last line.
Here you don't need to worry about the solution itself. The scalability and scalability or availability, you just manage it, the configuration.
What do you think is scalability?
I mean,
What do you think is the meaning of scalability? Oops, pardon me.
sorry.
Are you able to catch that?
I mean, it's me. You don't need to worry about the solution itself. The scalability or availability, just manage with the configuration.
What do you think is
Access-
availability?
Availability of sources or number of machines. Scalability means increase in the number of machines.
Okay, sorry about that, Suresh. Okay, let's see. Continue.
Which of the following is true when it comes to SaaS? You are responsible for scalability of the solution. You are responsible for maintenance.
What do you think, Suresh? Are you there, Suresh?
Yes, Naveen, I'm reading the options. I'm just thinking. Maybe C, Naveen.
Pravalika is answering almost correctly everything.
Yes, Naveen. Here A and C are mentioned in the previous line. We don't need to worry about scalability and availability of solution.
What about the maintenance of the hardware?
That is also there, I think so. You are responsible for the maintenance of the underlying hardware. Yes, Naveen. That is also not our responsible. You are
So you think B and C are correct?
C, I think, Naveen.
That's the right one. You don't
B is
maintain
in
the
the
hardware. They will maintain the hardware. That is what is
yes,
cloud
Naveen.
is about. Okay.
Yes, you need to sign with a valid Microsoft. When you sign in, we had okay. This could be a work, school, or personal account. The enterprise agreement subscription provides a means on how resources get billed for the subscription. One can contact. Okay. A company is planning to set up an enterprise Azure subscription. Do they need to have a valid Microsoft account? Yes.
Why?
Without valid account, how can we access now?
Okay.
Sorry.
I should be pretty straightforward. Okay. May I bring this up? Okay.
Azure PowerShell works with PowerShell 5.1 on Windows. On other platforms like Linux, Azure PowerShell 6.2.4 and later versions are compatible. Microsoft recommends PowerShell 7.x on higher on all platforms. Azure PowerShell documentation. Azure PowerShell is a set of commandlets for managing Azure resources directly from the PowerShell command line. Azure PowerShell is designed to make it easy to learn and get started with, but provides powerful automation features. In .NET standard Azure PowerShell works with PowerShell 5.1 on Windows by installing some additional modules, PowerShell Get and .NET Framework. PowerShell 6.2.4 and later is compatible on all OS platforms. However, Microsoft recommends PowerShell 7.x. An IT administrator for a company has been given a PowerShell script. This PowerShell script will be used to create several virtual machines in Azure. You have to provide a machine to the IT administrator for running the PowerShell script. You decide to provide a Linux machine that has the Azure CLI tools with PowerShell 5.x installed. Would this solution fit the requirement? No, Naveen.
Why?
For Linux Azure PowerShell, it should be 6.2.4 or higher platforms.
Very good. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Cool. Okay. Tough one.
You can launch. Yes, Naveen. You can launch the Azure command line tool from the command prompt as shown below.
What do you think is AZ login?
Azure login.
As simple as that.
An IT engineer needs to create a virtual machine in Azure. Currently, the IT engineer has a Windows desktop along with Azure command line interface. Which of the following would allow the IT engineer to use Azure command line interface? Choose two answers from the options below. PowerShell and command prompt.
Explain.
Through command prompt, we can go to Azure using path.
What are you seeing here?
Or you could also launch it from PowerShell as shown below.
So in other words, more precisely, here's the command prompt. Here's the Windows option, right?
PowerShell. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
A company is planning to set up an Azure free account. Does the standard support plan The company is planning to set up an Azure free account. Does the standard support plan come along with Azure free account? No.
What is the difference between free and standard?
Standard is like premium.
So does the free account have standard?
No, Naveen.
Does the standard have free?
No, Naveen.
Standard doesn't have free.
Standard is free, sorry.
Answer is no.
No.
Okay, let me see. Set up a Azure free account. Does the standard support plan come along the Azure free
account? No.
Why would
It comes with standard. Does the standard support plan? Standard support plan will not come with free account right now. If standard support plan comes with free account, how?
Okay. Okay. Reasonable. Say, come back here. For a moment, I thought it's yes, but let me see.
No. Second line is somewhat tricky, Naveen. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Continue.
A customer can only have one Azure free account. This is also given in Microsoft documentation. How many free account subscriptions am I allowed to sign up for? There is a limit of one subscription with 12 months free access to products and $200 credit per new customer. You can, however, have multiple or subsequent pay as you go within a single. Okay. A customer is planning to create several Azure free accounts. Can a customer have an allowance of maximum? Yes. We can create Naveen with different usernames.
That will be different customers, right? That is not one customer.
A customer is planning to create. Okay. Can a customer have an allowance? No.
Yes or nobody?
I think yes, Naveen, because we can create multiple accounts. There's a limit of one subscription with 12 months free access per new customer. Sorry. Okay. Yes, Naveen.
Yes, sir. What does the first line say?
There is a limit of one subscription with 12 months free access.
Is that the first line?
A customer can only have one Azure free account. Sorry.
Answer?
Yes, Naveen. A.
You can have 10 accounts, sir?
No, Naveen.
Answer?
Customer is planning to create several Azure free accounts. Can a customer have? No.
Why?
As it is mentioned, a customer can only have one Azure free account. So he cannot have maximum of 10 accounts.
Cool. Catching it?
Yes, Naveen. Sorry.
Good. Continue.
Azure has other capabilities in place that can allow other partners to access Azure-based resources. For example, Azure has the feature of Azure AD business to business collaboration, where the partners don't have to be defined in Azure. The Microsoft documentation mentioned the following on Azure B2B. Okay. Collaborate with any partner using their identities. With Azure AD B2B, the partner uses their own identity management solution, so there is no external administrative overhead for your organization. The partner uses their own identities and credentials. Azure AD is not required. You don't need to manage external accounts or passwords. You don't need to sync accounts or manage account lifecycles. Your company is planning to host resources in Azure. Can an administrator give access to partners who don't have an Azure AD account to access resources in Azure? Azure has the feature of Azure AD business to business collaboration where the partners don't have to be defined in Azure. So now, question please. Yes, Naveen. They are
Which one, sir?
collaborated. Azure has the feature of Azure AD business to business collaboration. No, so they need to get where the partners don't have to be defined in Azure.
Ravalika, what do you think, sir? They can use their own credentials. More precisely, Azure has other capabilities in place that can allow other partners to access. And what are they saying? Can an administrator give access to partners who do not have an access? Well, they're saying Azure has the capabilities. So the answer should be yes. Okay. Catching it?
Yes, Naveen.
Yes, okay. So let's do this, guys. Let's take a short 10-minute break. 3:45. Let's meet back by 3:55. Continue the journey from here. Okay, guys, Cedric is back. Can you give me a quick yes, please? Suresh, are you back?
Yes, Naveen.
Yeah. So I think everybody, we talked about the collaboration. Say media account. Okay. So big one. Let's see. Get started, Suresh. Continue, Suresh.
Okay, service. Naveen,
Pardon me? Continue.
service level agreement. Summary for Azure services. Azure Active Directory. We guarantee 99.99 availability of Azure Active Directory. I think I have read this on the morning.
Okay, let's see. If you have read that, then let's see.
Yes, Naveen.
Why do you think the premium tier has SLA?
They are promising us 99. Naveen, sorry.
But why?
They are promising every Azure for every Azure platform. They are promising SLA, service level agreement.
Okay, more precisely because they're paying money, right?
Yes.
Supplemental terms, I think, have we covered this? Oh, this is another one. Let's see if you can catch it.
As mentioned below in the Microsoft documentation, there is no SLA or guarantee for any service in public preview. So you should not look at deploying such services in services to production. Supplemental. A company wants to try out some services which are being offered by Azure in public preview. Is it a best practice for a company to deploy resources that are part of public preview in their production environment? There is no SLA or guarantee for any service in public. No, Naveen.
Is it a best practice for a company to deploy resources that are
No, Naveen.
part of the public review? So more specifically, they're asking, is it a best practice to deploy? And why no?
If public knows what, no guarantee.
More precisely, they're saying you should not look at deploying. That is why you should not deploy. That's why it is a no. Okay?
Yes, Naveen.
Continue.
The Microsoft documentation mentioned the following on the scalability of the competing architecture of the Azure SQL data warehouse architecture. With the decoupled storage and compute, SQL data warehouse can independently size compute power irrespective of your storage needs, grow or shrink compute power without moving data, pause compute capacity while leaving data intact, so you only pay for storage, resume compute capacity during operational hours. What is Azure Synapse Analytics, formerly SQL DW? Azure Synapse is an analytics service that brings together enterprise data warehousing and big data analytics. It gives you the freedom to query data on your terms using either serverless on demand or provisioned resources at scale. Azure Synapse brings these two worlds together with a unified experience to ingest, prepare, manage, and serve data for immediate BI and machine learning needs. Azure Synapse has 4 components: Synapse SQL, complete TSQL based analytics generally available, SQL pool, paper DW provision, SQL deeply integrated Apache Spark preview. A company is planning to Azure Synapse Analytics for hosting their sales historical data. Which of the following is feature of the Azure Synapse SQL architecture? Scalability, Navin.
Which of the following? There can be multiple answers here.
Okay. AB.
And let's see what is A. On what basis
High
will you say? What is it here which says it's an A, which is talking about high availability? And
Irrespective of your storage needs.
which one?
First point, Navin. Independently size compute power irrespective of your storage needs.
That is the scalability. Independently says compute power irrespective of your storage needs. Size, that is nothing but scalability.
Scalability.
Grow shrink is scalability. Pause compute capacity is scalability. Resume compute capacity is scalability. So everything is about scalability here.
Yes.
And it's an enterprise data warehouse. So it's a data warehouse, which is a group of databases. Unified experience, you can ingest the data. So you answered scalability. Let's see, for hosting their sales historical data. Disaster recovery is, I think, part of the separate one. High availability is part of the cloud, not part of this one. It automatically comes. So I think it is scalability is the right answer, but let's see, there might be. Okay. So high availability is being provided by the cloud more than the Synapse data warehouse. Disaster recovery is also provided by them. And this is not used, this is not a visualization tool. What are they saying? Yeah, this is not a visualization, this is a data analytics tool, or in other words, this is a data warehouse for storing the data and things like that. So there is scalability, okay? Okay, continue.
Azure SQL database, a fully managed SQL database based on the latest stable enterprise server. This is a relational database as a service, DBAS, hosted in the Azure cloud that falls category of platform as a service. SQL database is built on standardized hardware and owned, hosted and maintained by Microsoft. With SQL database, you can use built-in features that require extensive configuration in SQL Server. When using SQL database, you pay as you go. To scale up or out for greater power with no interruption, SQL database has additional features available in SQL Server, such as built-in intelligence and management. Azure SQL database deployment options. A company is planning to create several SQL databases in Azure. They would be using the Azure SQL database service. Which of the following is the category to which the Azure SQL database service belongs to? Company is planning to.
What is your answer, Suresh?
They would be using it. Navin, platform as a service, or no. Which of the following is the right category to which the SQL database service belongs to?
I think it's a platform as service database. We're using it as a
Yes,
platform, writing custom queries and things like this. So that's a platform as
Azure
service. Okay, if you look at it, notice SQL database is a platform as service. Okay.
That was yes, ma'am.
Okay. Continue.
Azure Storage has a high limit of the amount that can be stored and no limit of the number of files. The max storage capacity is 5 PIB 1. While there is no limit for the maximum number of blobs, tables, queues are messages as per storage account. Scale targets for standard storage accounts. Gigabit.
Okay.
Companies planning to use Azure storage accounts, they have the following requirement: storage of 2 TB of data, storage of millions files. Would using Azure storage fulfill this requirement? Yes, Naveen.
Why is that?
Naveen?
Why?
It can store more than of 2 TB data and millions of files.
Good answer. As simple as that. Okay, that's what storage is about. Okay. Now let's see what we have here. Okay, here is the storage account, and these are the basic settings of a storage account.
Yes, Naveen.
So subscription is okay, name is okay, location is okay, but there is something called replication. Read, access, geo redundant storage, and then access tier is whether it is a cool or a hot tier. We just discussed about the cool and the hot. Hot is, you know, the latest emails in this week or maybe
Yes,
this week.
Naveen.
Cool is last 30 days. But
Frequent.
Okay, continue.
Storage account should automatically replicate data to the secondary region. Can configuring the read access geo redundant storage account automatically replicate data to the secondary region? Can configuring
What do you think is
read access scale up replicant and
what is it, buddy?
replication? I mean, can configure a read access geo redundant storage.
So storage account should automatically replicate the data. They want the data to be replicated to a secondary region. They're saying can configuring the read access geo redundant data. What do you think is geo redundant? What do you think is redundant? If you maintain the same copy of a copy of another of an original item, that is nothing but redundant.
Replicate.
Geo redundant means geographically redundant. So another region we're exactly maintaining the same copy of it. That's why it's geographically redundant. So what is it? That is replication. If you want to replicate the data, setting this option, is this correct or wrong?
Yes, Naveen.
Absolutely. Geo redundant means you're replicating it. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay.
Microsoft Defender for Identity is a cloud-based security solution that leverages your on-premises Active Directory signals to identify, detect, and investigate advanced threats, compromised identities, and malicious insider actions directed at your organization. A company wants to make use of your Azure. 1 minute. The company want to make use of your Azure for the deployment of various solutions. They want to ensure that suspicious attacks and threats to resources in their Azure account are prevented. Which of the following helps prevent such attacks by using built-in sensors in Azure? C, Naveen. Okay, C, no. C is for identity.
Have you decided, Suresh?
Um, yes, Microsoft Defender for Identity is a cloud-based security solution that we will not use. Excuse me, Naveen. Sorry. Yes, Naveen. Monitor Defender, Microsoft Defender for Identity.
What do you think is Azure AD identity protection?
Azure AD is for Active Directory.
What do you think is the Active Directory?
Present directory or?
It is a list of all your usernames and password maintained in Active Directory. Active Directory is a place where you save that in a Windows network. That is Active Directory. Okay. So Azure
Yes,
Active
ma'am.
Directory means the Windows information you're storing on the cloud. Do you have any
Yes,
idea
ma'am.
what is DDoS?
No, Naveen.
It is denial of service. So in other words, if too many requests are going from a particular IP address, let's say a hacker is sending too many requests into a server and things like that, at a network layer or a network level, they're able to identify and they're able to deny the service. That is called denial of service. DDoS, what is the first D? The first D. So something like a denial of service is what it is. Next one is Azure Privileged Identity Management. What do you think is Privileged Identity Management?
That is for authentication.
It is for authentication and authorization. So role-based access and things like that, who has access to which role and things like that is identity management. Coming to Defender,
Yes,
this is about the attacks and the threats.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Continue.
The Trust Center is an important part of the Microsoft Trusted Cloud Initiative and provides support and resources for the legal and compliance community. The Trust Center provides in-depth information about security, privacy, compliance offerings, policies, features, and practices across Microsoft Cloud products. The Trust Center provides in-depth information about security, privacy, compliance offerings, policies, features, and practices across Microsoft Cloud products. Okay. Additional resources for each topic, links to the security, privacy, and compliance blogs and upcoming events. The Trust Center is a great resource for other people in your organization who might play a role in security, privacy, and compliance. Those people include business managers. Okay. A company is planning to host resources in Azure. They want to ensure that Azure complies with the rules and regulations of the region for hosting resources. Which of the following can assist a company in getting the required compliance reports? Microsoft Trust Center.
What do you think is Azure AD?
We have just discussed it, Azure AD.
So again, that is nothing but the Windows users information and stored in Azure. Okay. Trust Center,
Yes,
you just read that. Azure Advisor is more of a recommendation tool for making different kinds of recommendations. Security Center is for configuring the users and things like that. So this is about the Trust Center. It's about compliance and regulations and compliance like that. So I think the Trust Center is the right one. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Continue.
You can see for any service health issues for the virtual machines infrastructure is in the VM blade itself. Just go to resource health as shown below. Okay. Demo VM resource health.
Okay.
Resource
health watches your resource and tells you if it's running as expected. There aren't any Azure platform problems. So it's indicating that particular resource is good. Resource health is that could be VM, that could be physical server. It's just telling whether it is running properly or not. As simple as that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. A company has deployed a virtual machine in Azure Portal and the virtual machine named as Demo VM. The overview of virtual machine is shown below.
What do you think is important here?
public IP address,
Okay.
and subscription ID.
Continue.
To fix an ongoing problem for the underlying infrastructure hosted in Azure, which Blade user interface do they need to use to help get more information? Azure Blade, Machine Blade. Naveen.
The virtual machine blade.
Yes, Naveen. Sorry, the virtual machine blade.
As simple as that. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So a few more things are in progress. Let me come back here. And I'm going to stop my screen. I'm going to thank you, Suresh.
Yes, Naveen.
Come back here. Suresh one. And close this. And back to a little bit of big data. Back to command side. Okay. Bringing up my Excel. And let's see what we have here. So there's the results. Okay, I'll continue the assessment here. And let me bring up the commands. To have. Okay, let's see who is the next. Jyotsna. Navya, are you there?
Yes, no.
Okay, so you can come on to the video also, please. And let's see. Okay, let me share this one. Sharing this one. And let's say, okay, let's have, okay. Do you remember what is Hive?
Warehouse.
Okay, why do we use Hive?
For SQL commands.
Good answer. How does Hive work?
For managing.
Managing.
Map reducing, things like that.
Okay. Let's say, come back here. And let me stop this one. May come back, share again. This one, this time we'll share this one. Share this one. Okay. Let's say, what are these things called?
Arguments.
Arguments, okay, one answer. And let's say, what is row formatted fields terminated by?
Separate.
What does this mean?
Don't know.
Okay. So row formatted. Where did I go? Okay, does this remind you of something?
Joins.
Joins, okay. And let's see, scroll down here. What do you think is stored as text file means?
It is storing as text file name.
Okay. And what is meaning of schema?
Structure.
Don't remember?
No.
Okay. You can mute yourself, please. Okay, next one, Shyam there.
Yes, Noel.
Shyam on your video. And let's see. Back to hi. We remember what is metastore? What is
Store systems catalog. Store system catalog. Metastore. Hello.
Okay, what is data node?
Data node is a slave.
Okay.
Which are deployed in each machine.
Okay. Okay. Let me pause the share. What else has? Yeah, you can mute yourself when you're not answering. Can you tell me how does Hive work?
Hive is a warehouse.
Okay, how does it work?
Analyzing data and managing.
What does it do internally?
Analyze the data.
How?
By MapReduce.
Okay.
MapReduce process.
So let's say, what does this exclamation tell you? Why are we using exclamation?
Which one, Naveen?
In this one, why am I putting the exclamation here? Unmute yourself.
Exclamation. Don't know, Naveen.
Okay. What does describe do?
It describes the
What does describe do?
It describes the message, Navin.
Okay. What does select star from messages do?
It selects all the data from message.
Okay. Thank you, Shyam. You can mute yourself. Okay. Priyush, are you there? Priyusha. How about Dhanishwi? Are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So yeah, show up yourself. You don't have to get help. I just want to get a feel of how you're answering. So don't look at the chat window and things like that. Let's see. Let me come back here. Want to go back here. So we'll start with this one. And let's see what we have here. Okay. When we talk from. Okay, how does Hive work?
Hive is a data warehouse and it manages the data sets.
What is it doing internally?
Internally, it manages the queries, which was
How?
By data warehouse, it manages the queries.
Okay. What do we mean by filter?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
What do we mean by filter?
It filters the data and it filters from the rows of a table and select certain column.
Okay. Say this on this one. Okay. If you're seeing this one, what is this user Hive warehouse?
It's a directory in HDFS.
Copy this. I'm gonna stop this one. And say come here. Oops. One moment. Warehouse. And it's okay. Next, back here and sharing again. Share this. Here it is. And let's see. Okay, what is describe doing?
We're describing the messages.
And what does that mean? What does it give you? Okay.
Don't know.
Okay.
Basic statistics. It gives the basic statistics.
Okay. Okay. What do you think this is doing?
What is?
What is this command doing?
Long list. It's a long list now.
It is a
long list.
Long list. Long list. Okay. 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 Let's say resume this. What do you think is happening when we say load data local in path?
Load data. It loads the data and in the file system, then we can read it.
From where is it loading the data?
In the in path. Local in path.
So what does local tell you there?
Okay. Location.
Location, where is it located? And let's say, put this here, put this here. Okay, good try. Okay, thank you, Dhanishri.
Thank you, Naveen.
Okay, next one, Divya, are you there? Divya not there. How about Lavanya, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Let's say, come back here, share the screen. Okay. Do you remember what is a managed table?
Manage table is nothing but in order to create or delete any data from the table.
Okay. And okay, there's a subtle difference between the managed and the external table. What do you think it is?
Manage table, I think in manage table, the data will be in within database, and external tables, maybe they are from the location is different.
Okay. And let's say stop the share. Share it again. Okay, so what do you think load data local is doing?
It loads the data from Linux to HDFS. I mean, yes. That.
What is the difference between using where like versus using where equal to?
Like means we don't have to give the exact name of the row column name, but in order to use equals to, we have to give the exact name of the column.
Very good. And let's see. What do you think is row formatted delimited?
Row format, where is it? Can we scroll a bit? I think it's showing that the column separation, is it like separation? Spacing.
What does FS put do?
FS put means it is loading the data from local to HDFS, Linux to HDFS.
How do you do the reverse?
Get.
Okay. Good, Lavanya. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Naveen.
And oh, this is Lavanya. Okay. So Divya, are you there?
Yes, Naveen. Am I audible?
Yeah, now you're audible. One moment, please. And let me see this one. Good. And let's see, back to stop the share. I'm going to share it again. Start with, let's say, okay, by any chance, do you remember what is a partition?
Partition is nothing but dividing into groups.
Into groups, good answer. Okay. What is the difference between managed and external table?
Come again, Naveen.
What is the difference between managed versus external table?
Manage versus external. External table gives the values which are not internally. I don't know that much, Naveen.
Okay. Do you remember what is absolute path versus relative path?
Absolute path gives the exact path through which the data is executed.
One more time, Divya. Sorry about that. Repeat.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Part gives the exact path, Naveen.
And relative?
Relative doesn't give the exact path. It gives the shortcut path.
What do you think is the shortcut path?
Shortcut path means
Okay. What do you think is the difference between load data local in path versus load data in path? Pardon me.
load data local in path is nothing but the data which is locally inserted into the table, Naveen. Whereas I don't know.
Okay. What does load data do?
It loads all the required amount of data.
Okay. And let's see, come back here. Zoom this one. What is print header?
Print?
Header. What is the property do?
Set time.
What is the difference between count of star and count of one?
Count of one. Okay. Count of star is nothing but the rows. How many rows? How much rows are there in the column in the table, Naveen? Whereas count of one is also same as it is, Naveen.
Very good. Thank you, Divya. Thank you, Divya. You can mute.
Okay, Naveen.
Okay, let's see. Rahul, are you there? Let's see who else is there. We have, let's see, Stravi, are you there? I have to leave now. Then,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Vishweshwari, go ahead. Please take care. Please give me permission. Okay. Please take care. We'll keep your grandmother in our prayer and chanting. She has a heart attack, so let's we'll pray and chant for her, guys. Okay. Go ahead, Vishweshwari. Okay, so let's see, who do we have here? Who is this? Savia. Okay. Turn on yourself, Savia. And come back here. Share the screen. Say share. Oops, not that one. It's going to be this one. Okay. Where are you? You can turn on the video, please. Good. So let's see. So how do you define a partition?
Partition. Partition is separated.
Partition is a separator. Okay. Okay, let's see. What resume this? What do you think is a UDF?
It looks UDF is nothing but user-defined function. It looks separate, but it is same.
It will? What is it? Please repeat.
UDF is for partition.
UDF is for partition. Okay, okay. May I stop this one and share it again. One more time. Okay, what do you think is explain doing?
Explain. It explains all the data in the message table message.
Explains the data. Okay.
Displays.
Displays, okay. And let's see. So pause. Okay. What does distinct do?
Distinct, unique.
What is order by?
Order by. Order by means sequential. I mean sorting.
Okay. And let's see what else we have here. Do you remember what does describe do?
Sir?
What does describe do?
Describe. Metadata.
Okay. Thank you, Shravya. You can mute yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And next, Amuli, are you there?
Yes, no.
Okay. Say stop the share. And let's say back here, see what I have for you. And bring this up and sharing. Okay, so what do you think is pick, Amulya? Show up yourself, please.
So pig is like, it is also like a hive. Use it to run the queries, commands.
Okay. And let's say come back here. Let's say that's pig. Okay. And how does pig work?
It will run the queries by map via my map reducing.
Okay. Back here again. And let's see. Can you tell me what is the main difference between pig and hive?
Sorry, no.
No, you don't know?
No.
Okay. Let me stop the share. Zooming it again. And this time we'll say on this one. Okay. What do you think is describe doing?
Describe means it will give the detailed information of the table.
Good answer. What is drop doing?
Drop means it will delete the table.
Okay. And okay, do you remember what is, let's say come down here. What is an external table?
External table means it will carry the data, it will carry the table as well as the file before processing.
before processing. Okay. Can you try to explain it in another way?
External table means it will create a table. It will create a table of the data, and it will store the original file as well.
Save the original file. Okay. Good. Thank you, Amulya. You can mute yourself.
Thank you, Naveen.
Yeah. So Amulya is done. Let's stop this one. What else we have? Revati, are you there? Oh, doesn't look like she's there. Let's see who else is there. I have issues. Okay. On to Vishweshwari, I think she's in emergency. Suresh Madana, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Yeah, show up yourself, brother. I want to share my screen. Share this one. There you go. You're always in the light. You're like an enlightened soul. All those aura of light behind you, the windows and things like that. And you have a good setting there. What do you think is the main difference between pig and hive?
Hive is converting SQL to the MapReduce, and Pig is changes the statements into the MapReduce.
Good answer. What does pig minus x local do?
Sorry.
What does pig minus x local do?
It gives the local mode. It is nothing but the local mode.
Okay. And let's say come back here. Okay, how do you define an external table?
External table. External table is wait, Naveen, I will tell you that answer.
Yeah.
External means we can add after the script has been created, or I think exactly I don't know, but I have a little bit.
Okay. All right. And let's say come back here. What else we have here? External table. Okay, let's say. Okay. What do you think is name service one here?
Name service one. It is an IP address of that machine.
And let's see. So here is a hint of external table versus managed table. Does it remind you of something?
Managed table. External table.
Does this give you any hint? Okay.
We have. Sorry, I didn't get it.
No problem, Suresh. Let's say ask you something else here.
External.
Okay, what does schema mean? What is the meaning of schema?
Schema is nothing but if you want, if you want to load the tables, we need in SQL, we want to load the data into the tables. We just need to give that script in as queries, like queries.
Okay. What do you think is partition?
Partition. We give the partition for that any particular value or anything. It gives that only particular value in the partition in the below that data partition and gives the country value.
Okay, good, Suresh. Thank you, buddy. You can mute yourself.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So, gentlemen, ladies, for today, we'll stop it here. We'll continue the journey from tomorrow and go from there, guys. Any questions before we wrap up here today? And Niharika, yesterday I uploaded the pig and the hive and the Hadoop latest file.
Yes, sir, I checked those.
You already got it, right? So today we'll try to upload some of the Azure stuff also. I'm maybe by the end of the day. So maybe you can prepare it during the night times and things like that. So give me some time on that, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
Great. Okay, guys, if you don't have any questions, we'll wrap up here. We'll continue the journey. You guys all stay safe and keep learning, guys, okay? Signing off for today. Thank you and bye for now. Thank you again, guys.
Thank you, Naveen.
Thank you, guys.